Game homestand for the Astros, who are 32-21 here at Minute Maid Park. Lineup cards are being exchanged around home plate, and we'll check the time to play now, brought to you by Toyota, showing you this powerful Toronto team. 518 runs scored, and that is second in the American League, including the Bombs. 149 homers. They rank second in the majors with a .436 slugging percentage. Joey Bats has 13 home runs. Here's the MVP from last year, Josh Donaldson. And he checks in with another very good year underway. He's resting tonight. 25 home runs for him. Edwin Encarnacion has gone deep 28 times this year. Michael Saunders has 19. They have a number of different ways they can hurt you, Plummer.
Yeah, they are a very good ball club, and that guy you just saw right there, Troy Tulowitzki, is interesting to me. I know he's gotten beat up here in recent days, getting hit by a pitch, but if that guy's back comes back the way it did off the DL and he is able to contribute, that is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Here's
the lineup for John Gibbons. Second baseman Devin Travis leads it off with Jose Bautista in right field. Edwin Encarnacion's at DH rather. Michael Saunders, the left fielder, is the cleanup man with Russell Martin, the catcher. Justin Smoke at first base. Kevin Pillar, the center fielder. Darwin Barney at third base tonight. Ryan Goins has just been activated from the disabled list today, and he's playing shortstop with Marcus Stroman, the pitcher.
On the mound, you are going to see Doug Fister. Still waiting on that new baby, so he is going to make the start tonight for the Houston Astros. Likes to work fast. He's got that sinker, good curveball, occasional changeup, slider, making his 21st appearance on the season. This is going to be the first time he's going to face the Toronto Blue Jays since 2013. And the month of July was not kind to Doug Fister. Was one of the more consistent pitchers in this rotation for the Houston Astros, but has gotten beat up a little bit here in the month of July. That ERA at 4.91 for the month of July. Looking forward to starting a brand new month here in August for the Houston Astros.
He has been rough on right-handed batters. They're hitting .201 against him. And this Toronto lineup is usually stocked with right-handed hitters. It's a little different tonight, of course, without the starters on the left side of the infield. Tulowitzki, the shortstop, with that chip fracture that Blummer mentioned, and Donaldson getting a day off at third base. He's been playing an awful lot lately, so John Gibbons is resting him tonight. And as the Blue Jays take the field, they were in first place a couple of days ago for the first time since early April. Now they're only a half game behind Baltimore. Devin Travis, 284, 7 homers, 26 runs batted in. Starts the night with a .327 on base average. Travis has a career OPS of .822. Pretty good challenge out of that leadoff spot. Fister delivers, and it's high for ball one. The Blue Jays were 16-8 in the month of July. Ground ball, one hopper. And Alex Bregman moves to his left, taking care of out number one. Jose Bautista is next. He's had his injury problems this year as well, but is just one home run away from 300 for his career. He will be the 10th active major leaguer to have 300 when he hits it. .221 average, and he takes strike one. Bautista hit 40 bombs last season. He was on the disabled list in mid-June with a hyperextended left big toe, and he's done his share of DHing. No balls, 2 strikes to Joey Bats. There's the play by Tyler White for out number 2.
Pretty good pitch by Doug Fister to get a swing like that from Bautista. See him go the other way with that lack of authority we just saw.
You're right. He gets his cuts, doesn't he? A lot of these Toronto hitters, of course, do not get cheated at all. They really swing for the fences, and quite often they hit the ball over the fence. Encarnacion is one of those guys, too. After a 39 home run season last year, he's come right back with 28. He leads the majors in runs batted in with 89 while hitting .266. And it's ball one. Encarnacion, now 33 years old, from the Dominican Republic. He's third in homers in the American League. Bounces that one foul. Mark Trumbo leads with 30. Todd Frazier has 29. 1 ball, 1 strike. First of 7 games between these two clubs in the season series. The Astros are 12-2 in this ballpark against the Blue Jays. In tight for Fister. Ryan Blackney's the home plate umpire. The count's 2-1 for Doug. His wife Ashley is not expected to deliver their child imminently, not tonight anyway. Fouled away, but it could happen very soon, and Doug did not make the trip to Detroit because of that and was questionable for this start tonight. The Astros didn't announce that he was in fact the starter until early afternoon today. He gets a strikeout and has a 1-2-3 first. The Astros come up against Marcus Stroman in just a moment. Lineup. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. A.J. Hinch calls on George Springer to lead off and play right field. Alex Bregman batting second at third base. Jose Altuve leading in the batting race at second, batting third. Carlos Correa is the shortstop with Colby Rasmussen center field. Evan Gattis the DH. Preston Tucker in left field. Tyler White at first base. Jason Castro the catcher.
Marcus Stroman going for the Toronto Blue Jays. Young right-hander. Brings some very good stuff to the ballpark. Fastball, slider, changeup, curveball, a little bit of a cut. Fastball averaging about 92 miles an hour, and there you see the mix that he brings. A little bit heavy on that fastball. That might tell you that he's falling behind, having a tough time locating it. In order to get back in some of these counts, has to go straight to the heater.
Strike one to George Springer, a .261 hitter with 22 homers, 60 runs batted in. George went 4 for 10 in the Detroit series. That's a series the Astros would love to forget. It's 1-1 after being swept there and outscored 28-8. They try to get August started in a much better fashion. Springer hits one into right field. There's a leadoff hit for George, bringing up Alex Bregman.
See the location on that pitch in our MD Anderson strike zone. Pitch up and away, and George Springer does a good job, barrels it up, and again, electric off the bat. If he can get the barrel to it, it's going to jump.
It rocketed by Justin Smoke at first base. Now Alex Bregman, an .045 hitter, 1 for 22 as a major leaguer. He got that first major league hit yesterday in Detroit after an 0-for-19 start. Bregman takes a look at it, and it's ball one. In this number 2 spot in the lineup for the second straight game. He went 1 for 5 yesterday. That was an 0-for-18 start for him as a major leaguer. The bat gets away from him, winds up in the Toronto dugout, and it's 1-1.
Man, we got stuff flying all over the place. Man. pretty good helicopter job right into the dugout of the Toronto Blue Jays. Baseball goes flying. Get that Manny-Mota stick. Load up.
You bet.
This might be Bregman's first ever game indoors. He's not used to it. Got to make the adjustment.
Jose Altuve on deck. Springer does not have a big lead. Upstairs. 2 balls and a strike. Stroman's only start came against the Astros in the 2014 season, and that did not go well for him. He lost it, giving up 5 earned runs in 3 innings at Minute Maid Park. To right field toward the line. Bautista over, and it's into the seats. 2-2.
It's good to see A.J. Hinch having the confidence in Alex Bregman to put him in that 2-hole. Gives you an idea that he feels that he's a good guy that handles the bat. We talked about he doesn't have very many strikeouts in those early at-bats that he has. But I think it's also a great situation. George Springer swinging the bat relatively good. If he's on base, there's a better chance that Bregman's going to see more fastballs because George Springer is a threat to run.
Ripped on a line, foul though. Still 2-2. Nice boots.
That is a true Astro fan.
Marcus Stroman bought some cowboy boots when he came to Houston in 2014. We had some shots of him on the air. He tucked his pants into the boots. He's from Medford, New York, Plummer.
That explains it.
Yes, it does. Comfortable spot for her. Stroman's a first-round pick of the Blue Jays from Duke University, and the runner goes. Here's the ball in the dirt, and the throw safe. A strikeout of Bregman for out number 1. But Springer gets his 7th steal. Martin has not been throwing out too many at all this year.
Good jump by George Springer. There's a look at on our Supermo, brought to you by Mattress Firm. Hey, not sure if you saw what I saw, but I wonder if John Gibbons saw it.
Well, they're looking at it right now on the Toronto bench. Really close.
Might have gotten that elbow before he got the hand in there.
The game will proceed.
How about that?
Russell Martin was out in front of the plate holding up play until the Toronto bench could make a decision about challenging, and it's not going to be challenged. Steal number 7 for Springer in 15 tries. Jose Altuve now will have an RBI chance. Martin going out to talk with Stroman. Stroman, his first big league season in 2014, was 11-6 with a 3.65 ERA for this Toronto club. It was the first time a Duke player had been drafted in the first round in the baseball draft. 356 for Altuve, 18 homers. And he looks at ball 1. Altuve also leads the league in on base average at 425. He leads the majors in batting average. Jose was 3 for 10 with a homer in that series in Detroit. Pitch is up, and it's 2-0. Stroman, a big part of this starting rotation for the Blue Jays, a rotation which has the 2nd best ERA in the American League at 3.71. Their starters are 47 and 24. Altuve with a foul ball goes to 2-1. Here's a look at it with Stroman, R.A. Dickey, Marco Estrada, Jay Happ, and Aaron Sanchez. And look at the last 2 guys lighting it up this year, Plummer.
Yeah, Jay Happ's been doing a good job. Aaron Sanchez is going to get some Cy Young votes, but also up until that last start, Marco Estrada was one of the league leaders in ERA, so he'd been doing a good job also. And I believe his whip is right around 1, which is one of the lowest in all of the American League also. So those are 3 quality starters out of that rotation there. But again, we talked about Aaron Sanchez possibly going into that bullpen.
That's what we're hearing with the addition of Liriano, and you talked about that. We're also hearing that Russell Martin, who worked well in Pittsburgh with Liriano, has some good ideas about how Liriano can fit into this Toronto club and be an effective left-hander. Carlos Correa's on deck. So that was one of the trades the Blue Jays made today to get Liriano. Altuve takes strike 3 on a breaking pitch, 2 outs.
Didn't see Altuve getting frozen up too often. Right here he did. Says 89 on the gun, but I'm not too sure. I'm with you, Brownie. It looked like a breaking ball that kind of backed up because it stunned Altuve.
Now with 2 outs, it's Correa. Correa with 67 runs batted in leads the club. He has 15 homers, a .267 batting average. Carlos was 3 for 12 with 2 runs batted in the Detroit series. Carlos hits one foul. He is number 2 in Major League Baseball in the number of runners in scoring position when he's batted. 168 runners in scoring position when he's been at the plate this year.
Gives you a good idea of how the guys in front of him are doing. Getting on base for him a lot. Helps when the guy in front of you hitting 360 on the season.
Yeah. Inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Blue Jays have been good away from home. They're 27-22 on the road. Best road winning percentage in the American League, .551. Chopped up the middle. Travis coming after it with the throw to get him. No runs, a hit, and a man left. And we go to the second inning with no score.
To the second no score between the Astros and Jays. 2016 Coca-Cola Astros Buddies memberships are on sale now for only $25. Buddies members get a voucher for 4 tickets to an Astros game, VIP access to Kids Run the Bases, exclusive autograph sessions, and more. Memberships for kids up to 12 years old are available by visiting astros.com/buddies. Of course, the only deal the Astros made today at the trade deadline was they sent reliever Scott Feldman to the Blue Jays. We actually watched Feldman leave the Astros clubhouse, walk down the hallway and into the visitors clubhouse, which is always strange. But A.J. Hinch, before today's game, said that he had nothing but great things to say about Scott Feldman. He came here as a starter before the turnaround started, pitched well as a starter, and you saw the numbers he has put up in long relief. So they wish Scott Feldman all the best, and they appreciate what he did for this ball club. They got a right-handed prospect, Lupe Chavez from Toronto, in that deal. But Feldman is a guy that was a valuable part of this team as a starter, did a nice job in long relief, guys. And nothing but good things to say about him as he went over to that Blue Jays dugout.
Terrific guy, good leader on the club. Broken bat looping single by Saunders is the first hit for Toronto. Now Russell Martin, 235, 7 homers, 39 runs batted in, reaching base in 19 straight starts. 33-year-old catcher from Canada. And he takes strike one. Saunders is Canadian born as well. Blue Jays would appear to be one of the top teams in the American League right now, based on what they've done so far. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, it's always interesting this time of year, Blummer. First of all, trade deadline day is one of the most interesting days, period. And the deals were fast and furious today as they got close to that deadline. There must have been 10 deals announced in the last 5 minutes before that deadline. But watching Jim Bowden, the former Reds general manager, talk on TV today about it, he said these deals are done hours ahead of time. They just don't announce them until the final few minutes. He said they're not putting these deals together, you know, like 2 minutes before the deadline. They're already made. They're just on hold, waiting to be announced.
Gotta have a flair for the dramatic, right?
All right. That's a looping fly ball. Could be trouble. No, Springer has time to get over there. And it's out number 1.
Greater coverage of baseball is brought to you by T-Mobile. You see playoff push acquisitions. Andrew Miller, a huge pickup for the Cleveland Indians. Already have a great staff. Now they have a dominant closer in the back end, Jay Bruce. A lot of talk on the issues going on with that trade, but finally went through, going to New York. And how about the Dodgers picking up 2 Oakland A's, Rich Hill and Josh Reddick. Pretty solid pickup.
You knew the Dodgers would be a big player today, right?
Oh, yeah.
Justin Smoke, the former Texas Ranger, watches. The throw goes over to first on Saunders. Saunders has not done a whole lot of running this year, but the Astros want to keep the double play in order. He is 1 for 3. This Toronto club 13th in stolen bases. And keeping the double play in order is important for Pfister. As many ground balls as he gets. Strike to Smoke, 233, 12 homers, 27 runs batted in for Justin. Who's from a great town, Blummer, Goose Creek, South Carolina.
Not bad.
Fouls it back, 0-2. What's your own personal opinion now that the trade deadline has passed? Who got better today? Who's at the top of that list?
I like the Indians. I thought they were great to begin with, and I know that they had a trade in place for Lucroy, but he did not want to go there. But I think the Indians did get decidedly better. I think having that guy at the back end of the bullpen to be able to close games out for those starters is a big deal. But if you had to judge it on what we saw today, I think that the Texas Rangers, unfortunately, were the one team that did extremely well going in there, getting Lucroy, getting Carlos Beltran. They also picked up Jeffries from Milwaukee, which I think was a pretty big pickup, and they also kept Profar and Gallo in their system.
Smoke strikes out. That's number 2. So we take a look at it. And Jeffries had been the closer for Milwaukee. Do you think he's going to be the Rangers closer?
He could be. I know that now Jeff Bannister up there in Arlington has options, and I think that's what they were looking for. It looked like Diekman was getting beat up a little bit. Saw the issues with Sam Dyson getting, not getting, but just getting fatigued throwing so many times last year. I think now he has 3 guys out there that he could use in that closer role.
That's strike 1 to Kevin Pillar, one of the best defensive outfielders around. 267, 7 homers, 45 runs batted in for Pillar. He's jammed on this one, pops it up. Here's the catcher coming over. Castro for it with the catch to end the Toronto second with no runs, a hit and a man left, no score.
guys too often, but Kevin Pillar is one of the better center fielders. He is a consummate highlight reel maker out there in center field, picking up this pitching staff when they do make mistakes. He's got the speed to track it down, and he has the fearlessness to throw that body all over the place on that turf at the Sky Dome. But he gets great jumps, gets huge accolades from his starting rotation. A lot of those pitchers picking him up. Good guy to have in the center of the field.
Colby Rasmus, a former Blue Jay, gets it started. Rounds one, and there's the shift, bringing the shortstop Goins over. We're out number one on one pitch.
And talking about Pillar, we will talk about our Lexus defensive rankings. On the left-hand side are all the analytics that you need to know and the ratings they get. On the right might be a little bit of my personal opinion. Michael Saunders, I think you're going to challenge him, even though there's a short left field out here at Minute Maid Park. But Kevin Pillar, we talked about the athleticism. Jose Bautista, too. Still can run and go get it, but he has a great arm out there in right field.
Evan Gattis looks at ball one. Gattis, a .226 hitter, has 17 homers, 42 runs batted in. He was 3 for 8 in the Detroit series. 3 singles yesterday as the DH. That was his second 3-hit game of this year. That one's a foul ball. He's hit 4 homers and driven in 6 runs in his last 7 games. Kevin Pillar has an ultimate zone rating of 18.6. Plummer. Now, back when you were in the Astros clubhouse, did you and Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio and Brad Ausmus sit around and talk about UZRs?
Yeah, quite a bit. Back in those days, they thought it was a weapon instead of a zone rating.
Well, Pillar's kind of a defensive weapon, isn't he?
Sure is.
Gattis takes a breaker, and that's strikeout number 3 for Stroman.
Slider's looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, it is. First time through, he's using that to his advantage against these right-handed batters. Now Tucker. Preston, a .170 hitter with 4 homers, has 7 runs batted in. He was 0 for 10 in that Detroit series, and he's trying to snap an 0 for 13 overall. There's strike one. Left-handed hitters are hitting .291 against Stroman compared to right-handers .256. Marwin Gonzalez and Carlos Gomez are on the Astros bench tonight, and both are really slowed down by injuries. Jake Marisnick is the only other bench player. 1-1. Marwin saw a doctor today, and he has soreness in his hand, but he's going to stay active. It just takes time for injuries like that to heal. Hamstring strain for Gomi. Foul pop, Darwin Barney. And in the second inning, it takes only 8 pitches for Stroman to keep the game scoreless.
out of their system to improve today, and that's a decision that they made for their own benefit. I mean, we are not prepared to do that for our organization at this point in time, and I feel like we've got a young team that's going to be here for a while. We don't have any windows closing. We're just getting into our window, if you want to call it that, and we want to keep it open for as long as possible and have as many shots to go to the playoffs as possible.
That's Astros General Manager Jeff Luhnow discussing the Rangers making some deals today. Astros did not, because everybody the Astros talked to wanted Bregman. They want Musgrove. They want Reed. They want some of their top prospects, and the Astros, frankly, just weren't willing to make that big of a sacrifice in a deal, guys.
Bregman with a long throw with a stretch by White. Gets Barney. Terrific play by Bregman for out number 1.
Well, there you go, Bart. Defense has definitely shown up for Alex Bregman. He was showing some quick feet down there at third base. Again, remember, shortstop as he was drafted, but moved over to third base for obvious reasons, and is doing an excellent job over there. And again, the footwork for me has been fantastic on him. Makes the grab, plants the feet, and shows off that strong arm.
Ryan Goins is the batter after that sparkling play. Goins just returned from the DL, as we mentioned today. There's strike 1, 176, 3 homers, 12 runs batted in. Unusual injury for Goins. Forearm tightness. Placed him on the disabled list. That was the day after he made his professional pitching debut in an 18-inning game.
And that backfired a little bit, didn't it?
Sure did. And for a strike, 1 and 2. Got a question for you, though, about the footwork involved at third base. Bregman moves around now. The Astros are shifting with a 1 and 2 count. As you see where he's aligned, he's where the shortstop would normally play. So that's one thing, is that things have changed so much since you were at third base. Now, half the time, a third baseman's playing shortstop.
Yep. It's good to have that in your back pocket and be able to do that. And Bregman has the experience of coming up as a shortstop, played in college as a shortstop. So he obviously has the athleticism. But I think that was a huge benefit for infielders moving up through the ranks, is being able to play that shortstop position. It's a huge asset for any ball club. If something, you know, God forbid, would happen to Carlos Correa, you have Alex Bregman over there who has the experience.
Fister gets a punch out. That's number 3 for Doug.
Marwin Gonzalez can play some shortstop, but I think that footwork up the middle allows guys like him to make a pretty good judgment on how to go and attack that baseball right there and get himself in a good position to catch it, number 1, but also to get himself in a good position to make a good strong throw across the diamond.
Devin Travis grounded out to Bregman, leading off the game. That is strike 1. That first step for a third baseman is everything, isn't it?
Yeah. Got to be in a good position when that ball is in the hitting zone.
1-1. A third baseman generally has more time to make the transfer and things like that compared to shortstop, but strong arm is still required. Two balls and a strike. Well, you were one of those guys. You came up as a shortstop, and generally shortstops are regarded as the best athletes who can be moved around and play other positions.
I appreciate you, Brownie.
Well, did you find it difficult to move to the other positions?
No. Actually enjoyed it. You know, everything in life is a challenge, and on the baseball field it was a challenge for me to move from shortstop to third base, because that was one position I did not play in the minor leagues. Much like Alex Bregman, who had limited chances at third base when he was coming up through the minor leagues. But I made it up. Orlando Cabrera was the shortstop I took over for. He became healthy, and I moved over to third base.
When you made the move, the ball obviously is on you quicker when it's really hit hard. Was that the difficult part of playing third?
Yeah, and you know what? It was the preparation for me too, because I'll try and explain this, but when you're getting ready at shortstop, you walk into the play, whereas third base, you kind of sit, get on the balls of your feet, and get ready as quick as you can.
Tucker cannot make a catch on that liner. It bangs off the wall. Here's Travis into second base. And Tucker went up for it. Was unable to hang on to that or make that catch. Didn't look like he even got his glove on it. Maybe the leap could have been timed better, but that ball was scorched.
Yeah, that ball was really hit hard, center cut. Travis barreled it up, and I thought, from our vantage point, I thought Preston Tucker was going to have a real opportunity to make a great catch on this. See, leapt up there, just not enough. Kind of took his eyes off the ball.
That's hit number 2 for the Jays. Brings up Bautista. Grounded out to Tyler White at first base. That's strike 1 to Joey Bats. 20th round draft choice of the Pirates. Then he was taken in the Rule of 5 draft by Baltimore, claimed on waivers by Tampa Bay, and was traded 4 more times before Toronto got him in August of '08. What a great acquisition for this Toronto club. In 2010, he hit 54 homers. He's a potential free agent after this season. And for a strike for Pfister, who's throwing the ball well tonight. It's 0-2. And Joe Musgrove is spending his first day as a major leaguer. He's in the Astros bullpen. He was the option for starting tonight if Pfister did not take this start. A turn towards second, and with that trade that Bart was telling us about between Houston and Toronto, with Scott Feldman going across the field, that was one of the oddities about this day in this ballpark. Backhanded Correa for the 3rd out. No runs, a hit, and a man left. No score.
Astros going into the bottom of the 3rd. Catch the deal of the season with Coca-Cola Double Play Tuesdays. Get a pair of View Deck tickets for only $22 for tomorrow's game versus the Blue Jays. Bring 2 Powerade labels to Minute Maid Park box office to the Minute Maid Park box office to purchase your tickets.
After the trade today, Scott Feldman quickly donned the Toronto Blue Jays t-shirt. He served the Astros very well. Tyler White leads it off, 0-0, home 3rd inning. Rocks one on a line. Here's Pilar sliding and making the catch. Well hit ball by White for out number 1.
That was good to see. Not the catch, but the swing.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest, that's the first time I've seen Tyler White actually square one up and hit the ball hard in a long time, and that was beautiful to see. He got it ready, got the foot down and threw the barrel out there. He just picked a bad spot to go to, because we talked about the defense that Kevin Pilar can make, contortionist and all.
Well, with that UZR rating of 18.6, that was the wrong place to hit it. Pointing up to the lights, maybe? Not sure why he was pointing. Here's Jason Castro batting.
I think he was pointing him, saying, hit it away from me, hit it over there.
Strike to Castro. .210 for Jason, 6 homers, 23 runs batted in. Astros got a leadoff single from George Springer, who stole second. He's been their only base runner against Stroman. Stroman gets strike 2. We had a question on Twitter about Marwin Gonzalez. We mentioned that he saw the doctor today. Nothing broken. So it's up to him on tolerating the pain when he's ready to play again now. Pitch down and in, and that's called a swing by Todd Tichenor. And a strikeout of Castro. That's number 4 for Stroman.
Castro was not happy about that. Let's see if he's got a bone to pick. It was borderline, but enough for the call to be made.
George Springer opened the Astros first with a sharp single to right field. There's ball 1. You're talking about players with bone bruises and things like that. You get to this time of the year, and that is something that a lot of guys have to deal with as far as gripping that bat and swinging it as many times as they do, and hitting balls, all the batting practice they take, and then other types of hand injuries come along. And this is the time of year you try to nurse things, right, Blummer? You don't want to go on the DL, and the Astros already have Valbuena on the DL, so Marwin's going to try to nurse it just the way Gomez is the hamstring.
Yeah, and it's tough for A.J. Hinch, but again, we are in the American League where you don't have to worry about pinch hitting, double switches. It is nice to have that luxury of having those guys come off the bench, but you can give them a couple extra days to try and figure things out. And if they are going to get healthy a little bit sooner than the 15-day DL, you can kind of hide them. But at the same time, we saw in that game in Detroit where it created some issues having some guys out of position.
Yes, it did. There's a walk to Springer. That's number 1 of the night for Stroman. So Marwin has a hand problem. He could run. You need a pinch runner tonight. Gomez can't run, but maybe if it's a bases loaded, nobody out situation, he could hit, that kind of thing. But so they're available, but in a limited way.
So you're saying if you put them together, you got a 1-ball player?
Right.
You got parts and pieces.
Exactly.
Mix and match.
Yeah. Bregman struck out earlier. Alex looks at ball 1. Stroman had a 3.71 ERA for the month of July, walking 4 and fanning 30 in 34 innings. Comes into this game with a pretty good head of steam. He catches the corner, and it's 1-1 on Bregman. The Astros finished July with a 14-13 record. They're 6 games above 500 and 6 games behind Texas, which is idle today.
Oh, man. Not too sure about that one, Brownie.
Well, if you're a rookie, best thing to do is just keep moving on, right?
Yep. And I guess if you're going to be consistent, call it in the same spot. But I'm with you, Alex. I don't think that was a strike. But like Brownie said, sometimes you got some growing pains being a rookie with the strike zone.
They're going back out there. And he doesn't go. 2-2. Let me just imagine what these guys go through. He's had 23 major league at bats. All these pitchers he's seeing for the first time. That's a lot to process.
It really is.
Foul back. Great to see the youngsters here during their time that they're out of school. Tomorrow night it's Lance McCullers and R.A. Dickey at 7:10. All 4 of these games in this series start at 7:10. Bregman rolls over on it, hits it to third. Barney over to first. No runs, no hits, and a man left after 3, no score.
We're going to look at our forward spray chart with Edwin Encarnacion coming up to the plate. You can see his slugging percentages, his hot, cold zones. Likes that ball middle in. He likes it up, too. Driving the ball out of the ballpark with those home runs, and kind of nice to see him up there without anybody on base, too.
Yeah, with the 89 runs batted in, there's ball one to him. He struck out first time up. Infield shifts around. Pfister missing, and it's 2-0. Pfister has really done well in the early innings of his games. 2.36 ERA for the first 4 innings of his games this year. That's up high, 3-0. He was off his game last time out, but had really had a number of good starts prior to that. And he lost to the Yankees here, giving up 9 hits and 6 runs in 4 2/3 innings. And for a strike, making it 3-1. Since the start of May, Brent Strom's right-hander is 9-4 with a 3.32 ERA. Curve comes in.
Wow, that was a big-time breaking ball.
He's been saving that, Blummer.
Yeah, he has. Crafty veteran, holding on to that until the point he needs it. And right here, broke that one off. Tell you what, that was a good job by Castro, not moving either.
That's a hit through the left side. Encarnacion leads it off with a single. Hit number 3 for Toronto. Well, the main objective, of course, of the Astros pitchers is to keep that parrot off his left shoulder, right?
That is an excellent point. The less he carries that parrot around, the better the game goes for the opposing team.
Keep the parrot in the cage. Michael Saunders singled to left in the second inning. Isn't there a guy with a parrot outfit in Toronto for the games?
Oh, I would imagine.
Well, we'll find out soon enough. Strike
yeah,
one.
You'll be up there for that one.
That's right.
You got your papers in order?
Yes, we have to submit all that well in advance. It's already been done. Passport. 1 ball, 1 strike. Although it became an issue from what we were hearing with Yulieski Gurriel.
Yeah.
And that's why he's not going to be joining the Astros until the St. Louis series here, the middle of the month. That's the plan anyway. He does have his work visa. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. And frankly, he needs the time to play anyway. Hasn't played in quite some time. But he got his work visa over the weekend. He played in his second professional stateside game today, going 2 for 4 for the rookie level Gulf Coast League Astros. And he's going to be heading for Lancaster next. And then he'll be there for a few games while the Lancaster Jethawks are at home. Then when they take off and go on a trip, he heads for Corpus Christi, and the Hooks will be home. So he's working his way here.
That's a good thing. And again, with the trade deadline going past, I'm not sure that, really a position player was on the radar for the Houston Astros. I think pitching was more the issue for them.
Right. I agree with you, because they had decided to call up Bregman and they had decided to sign Gurriel. So those are the 2 bats that they've added, and they wanted to focus on pitching. Fly ball out to center field. Rasmus backing on it. Here's the tag at first by Encarnacion. He's going to second. Here's the long throw to Altuve. It's offline. Safe at second base. Good throw would have had him, but that was a long distance for that throw, and Saunders advances Encarnacion, 1 out. .335. What does that mean in terms of major league pitching? Any idea?
I'm not sure. I mean, I like the idea of international competition, because you are seeing the best of some of these countries going out there, and the atmosphere is comparable, I think. But until you get here, you really don't know what you're going to get.
Got an opinion for you. Russell Martin is the batter. He hit a fly ball to right. One of our friends next door doing Toronto television work is Buck Martinez. He has managed in the World Baseball Classic. He saw Gurriel and he said he can swing the bat.
Well, some of the comparisons that we've heard have been with Yoenis Cespedes. Maybe not with the same amount of pop, but the same kind of hitter. And for me, Yoenis is a great hitter, and he turned around the Mets when he got traded over there. So if he could be an impact player like that, that would be incredible.
Exactly. Good point. Speaking of Cuban-born outfielders, Yasiel Puig did not make the flight today to Colorado. 3 balls, no strikes. Dodgers are headed that way. They are off today, but there was no comment by Dodger management as to why Puig was not on that Dodger plane for Colorado today.
There's a lot of issues going on in there in LA for Yasiel Puig.
In for a strike, 3-1 to Martin.
I think it was Bob Nightingale that tweeted out that he's going to get demoted tomorrow.
Oh, really? Didn't see that.
Yeah.
Well, it's getting tough then. Springer over toward the right field line with the catch for out number 2. Well, Puig's name was bandied about in trade rumors prior to today. So maybe the Dodgers were just trying in the worst way to deal him, and then when they couldn't do that, decided to take other action. He's been a problem for that club.
Yeah, it's not good when you're a distraction like that. I think that's what's starting to pop up a little bit.
Justin Smoke struck out in the 2nd inning. Danny Duffy of Kansas City has a no-hitter through 7 against the Tampa Bay Rays at the Trop. He has struck out 14. 14 through 7. That's un-Duffy like. Ball 1 to Smoke. Yeah, of the top named starting pitchers who were probably not available, there were some really good names. But, you know, after seeing the fact that the White Sox still have Chris Sale and Luis Quintana, or Jose Quintana rather, and Chris Archer is still in a Tampa Bay uniform, we have to wonder how available, if available at all, those guys really were today.
Yeah, that would be interesting. All the backstories that come out after these trade rumors and things like that go on are always interesting too.
Rasmus back into left center field to the warning track for out number 3. No runs, a hit, and a man left, no score.
Is presented by authority of Houston Astros, LLC, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Houston Astros, LLC.
Nothing. Blue Jays have 3 hits. The Astros have 1. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Orbit is ready for some action from Altuve, Correa, and Rasmus. Both pitchers threw 40 pitches in the first 3 innings, 26 for strikes. Stroman works to Altuve, And he chases that. Looked like a cut fastball, maybe a quick slider there, Blummer. Strike one, whatever it was effective.
Yeah, you know what? The scouting report we have says that slider averages 86, but it looks like he's throwing it a little bit harder today and getting some good sharp break on it.
1-1. Altuve is playing in his 196th consecutive team game. That's the longest streak in the majors right now. Stroman bounces that one. The count goes to 2-1. Altuve had his 21-game road hitting streak snapped yesterday. A rough day all around for the Astros. An 11-0 loss in Detroit. So they've lost 5 of 6. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's at 89. We have his average cutter velocity at 90. Strike 3. Altuve saying something to Ryan Blackney. Strikeout victim number 5.
Well, in back-to-back strikeouts where Jose has gone down looking. That is an oddity in itself.
Yes, it is. 46 walks, 45 strikeouts for Jose. Scott Feldman out of the bullpen, where he served the Astros very well this year. Carlos Correa grounded out. Here's ball 1. So that's a changing situation in that Toronto bullpen now, with Feldman moving out there. Recently, Jason Grilli joined that bunch. So did Joaquin Benoit. One ball, 1 strike. That was called a swing by Tony Randazzo. And now Aaron Sanchez headed that way, as you mentioned earlier. So that's quite a different bullpen than earlier this year. 1-2, but back to Stroman. If he gets that cutter away going the way he did to Altuve and then comes inside, that's a pretty wide area for a hitter to cover, isn't it?
Yeah, that really is. And it's tough, too, when you're throwing it that hard. You don't have much time to delineate if the ball's going to cut or stay straight. And that's the difference between a ball being on your barrel or off the end of the bat.
Oh boy. Strikeout number 6. That is a wide home plate.
Every Wednesday night home game is $1 Hot Dog Wednesday, presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. Your next chance for Dollar Dogs is this Wednesday night. For more information, visit astros.com/dollardogs or call 1-877-9-ASTROS.
Wednesday night at 7:10, it's Colin McHugh and Marco Estrada. Thursday night at 7:10, Mike Fiers and Jay Happ. Colby Rasmus grounded to short in the 2nd inning. Strike to Colby. He tops that one foul, 0-2, even though the Astros did finish July by losing 5 of 6 for the month. They gained ground on front-running Texas. When July began, they were 8.5 games behind the Rangers. Currently 6 games back. The Rangers were 11-15 in July, while the Astros went 14-13. Striking out the side, Stroman keeps the game scoreless through 4.
Now for the Chevy Stroh poll, and our question tonight is, which pitching prospect do you most want to see in the big leagues? A, Joe Musgrove, B, James Hoyt, C, Brady Rogers, or D, Francis Martes? That D there, Francis Martes, probably the one that we know the least about. He's at Double-A. He's a highly touted prospect, got electric stuff. But those other three guys, heck, Musgrove, you may see him tonight. You never know, guys.
He's available. Thanks, Bart. We go to the 5th inning, no score. Kevin Pillar fouled out to the catcher, Jason Castro. There's strike one for Doug Fister. Quite a matchup through 4. Bregman backs up a little at third base. And there's that outside corner. You could expect to see both of these pitchers banging away at that area tonight.
I was going to say, you do want the guys to take the bat off their shoulders, but at the same time, kind of expanding the zone a little bit, and they're not accustomed to getting that far off both edges. So the pitchers are taking advantage of it. I agree with you in the fact that they need to do that because they don't get that all the time either.
That's bounce foul. 1 and 2. A good pitcher can really work a situation like this, can't he?
Yeah, you get a veteran like Doug Fister out there. Jason Castro's been around for a while too, and I'm sure when Fister's on the mound, he's cheering for that strike zone, but when he is not out there, I'm sure he's letting the home plate umpire know that you're getting a little expansive.
High chop, Fister with the play. 1 out.
Here are your Quicken Loans Rocket Arms. Some of those young guys that we keep talking about were held on to at that trade deadline. Joe Musgrove is here. He has got good numbers. That strikeout to walk ratio is, I guess you could say, brilliant. That's pretty impressive stuff. Brady Rogers doing his thing down there in the PCL too. That's another thing you got to remember. They're pitching in the PCL, which is predominantly a hitter's league.
Yes, it is. Darwin Barney lines one over Altuve. A hit into right center field for Barney. He was robbed by Bregman first time up. Morgan Ensberg will keep us updated. You're about to see the dude.
That's a technical term for Morgan.
He likes to throw that term around.
Yeah.
He doesn't throw it around loosely. He's pretty selective.
No, if you get the label dude, that means he likes you.
He never called us that, did he?
Yeah, I'm still working for that status.
Ryan Goins struck out in the 3rd. Fouled away. There's strike one. Goins has been known to drop down a bunt. Bregman's at the edge of the grass at third base. Goins is from Round Rock, Texas. Went to Dallas Baptist. 4th round pick of the Jays in '09. Hit a home run in the ALCS last year for them. In for a strike to him, and it's 0-2. Round a bunt, and he takes that one 1-2. We had a question on Twitter, Blummer, about John Singleton, what the Astros plans are for him. Just checking his numbers at AAA Fresno. Singleton's hitting .201, 15 homers, 48 runs batted in, 309 at bats, 56 walks, 89 strikeouts, 706 OPS for Singleton. On the curveball, he struck him out. That's number 4.
Well, Fister's dealing. He's got a good breaking ball tonight. That's a good combination to have with that fastball that he's able to locate on the edges and get some calls. That gives you an idea how nasty that is. Goins nowhere close to it.
He's pitching like a guy who's expecting to have another mouth to feed soon. Devin Travis doubled in the 3rd. He's 1 for 2. He and his wife Ashley waiting for the birth of their first child. Foul back, strike one. Very exciting time, but some people suggested, well, maybe Doug would be too much on edge to pitch this game tonight. Maybe it would be better for the Astros to tell him, no, take a seat, wait for the baby to arrive, and then we'll slot you back into the rotation. But pitchers are creatures of habit. He was down to start this game. You know, you point for a game like this. This is his time.
I think there's a team aspect involved too. Doug Fister is a veteran, and he understands his responsibility to this ball club. And it just so happens that the timing has worked out for right now that he's able to make this start, which I'm sure A.J. Hinch is very happy to have him out there.
Snap throw to first by Castro.
The timing in baseball is such a strange thing anyways. It's just beautiful that he's able to be here. Didn't have to make that trip to Detroit. Gets to hang out here with his family, make sure that his wife is okay during this pregnancy, and now he gets to come out here and pitch a ball game.
Joe Musgrove had flown here to be ready. Then he wound up getting promoted, but not to start. It's kind of a crazy day. 2-2.
Maybe that's the thing. You just got to show up and say, "Hey, I'm here. make a spot for me."
Yeah, this is it's a good rule that players can leave the club for 3 days on the paternity list, and don't know how many years that's been in existence. Not all of that long in the big leagues. Line foul, but I remember one year, and Art Howe was the manager. It might have been '89. The Astros went to Montreal. Ken Caminetti's wife Nancy was about to give birth, and there was no paternity list at that time. And Art told Ken, just stay in Houston because we're going all the way to Montreal and coming back home. So rather than get caught up there and be unable to get back for the birth of your child, just stay in Houston the whole series. And he did, and it worked. Struck him out. That's number 5. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left, no score. Houston Astros baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By Academy Sports and Outdoors, donating $100 for each Astros home run and $200 for each Correa home run to Houston Children's Charity. And by Toyota, let's go places. Evan Gattis is in the box, home 5th inning underway. There's Marcus Stroman throwing. And Gattis took that first pitch. Takes that one as well. Gattis was a strikeout victim looking back in the 2nd inning. 1-1 count. Now it's 1-2 with Tucker and White to follow. Stroman carved up the Astros in the 4th inning, striking out all 3, 2 of them looking. And it's 2-2. Texas Rangers, by the way, have designated for assignment 2 catchers after today's trades. At strike 3 call, it's 8 punch
man.
outs. Yeah.
Brownie, I'm going to go down and pitch.
You do not want to grab a bat tonight, pal.
Gosh, you ain't lying. I'm having flashbacks to 1999.
Yeah.
I mean, those are off the edge. I'll give you a seam or two, but when you start missing, there's space in between that baseball and the strike zone. That means you're getting off the plate a little bit.
We're not exactly talking Eric Gregg here, but nonetheless, a little bit wider home plate than normal.
Oh, it was excessive.
Here's Tucker fouling it. Now, admitted, when you were facing a Maddox or a Glavine with Eric Gregg behind the plate, you didn't feel like you had much of a chance, did you?
No, you had to pick one side of the plate or the other because there's no way you were going to cover 24 inches of that plate that Eric Gregg was seeing. There were times you felt like you had to step on top of the plate to go and get that outside corner.
You knew you were in trouble when Javi Lopez set up in the other batter's box.
I'm starting to get the shakes.
Yeah, when he was so far away you couldn't even talk to him. 2 balls and a strike. There were some quick games. Out to right field. Bautista in for the catch. 2 down. Tyler White has one of the 2 well-hit balls for the Astros in this game. Springer had a sharp single to right field in the first, and White had the other one. That line drive caught by Pilar in left center in the 3rd inning. So yeah, the Rangers designated Brian Holiday and Bobby Wilson for assignment. 2 catchers are now on the open market. Well, they will be after they got their man Jonathan Lucroy. There's strike 1 to White. So obviously it'll be a different Ranger club headed in here for the weekend. And Carlos Beltran will be able to DH for that team.
Yeah, that definitely creates depth, more options. Veteran leadership. Some would argue that with Beltre and Beltran on the same team, you've got 2 Hall of Famers in that lineup.
Well, it's a good point. I know we were hearing from some of the Yankee broadcasters when they were here last week that the Yankees feel they have a good shot at signing Aroldis Chapman and Carlos Beltran as free agents to get them back next year.
Wow.
After dealing them. And that's pretty rare, but apparently both those players like New York a whole lot.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder what the conversations are like with those players before they trade them away.
Yes.
You could sit down with an Aroldis Chapman and say, hey, look, we had big plans for you this season. We know your contract's up at the end of the year. We're going to trade you away, get some good prospects in return. You go do your thing in Chicago, but at the end of the year, one of the first phone calls we make will be to you.
First time in about 25 years the Yankees have made these moves of this kind at the trade deadline during a season. 3 balls, 2 strikes. So he'll be coming back in a different uniform. 22 homers in 99 games. A very good season underway for Carlos.
Yeah, there's plenty of people around the Houston area that understand what he can bring to a ball club, considering what he did in 2004 in the postseason.
Bouncer off the glove of Stroman. He scrambles for it. Off balance throw. He throws it away. White goes for second base, and he won't make it. It's a single and an error on Stroman, his first of the year.
Good job of putting that ball in play. Stroman is a very good athlete. Got a glove on it, sprinted to it, had a chance, but right off that back foot. And when you're falling away from a play like that, your momentum is going to take that throw up the line just like it did. See if the Astros are able to take advantage of this situation.
Jason Castro would love to do that. He struck out in the 3rd inning. We didn't finish answering that question about John Singleton. We're not totally sure what the plans are for John Singleton. He's on a 5-year deal right now. This is what, the 3rd year, I believe, on that 5-year deal. But A.J. Reed has been here this season. Singleton has not. Broken bat grounder goes foul, strike one. And by the look at Singleton's numbers, which we read to you earlier, it doesn't appear that he is considered to be prominent in their plans as of this time anyway.
Yeah, and that's all we can really do up here. We are not in on the meetings. We don't know what conversations are going on, but sitting up at the booth, we have a tendency to look at numbers, and we know that production allows you that opportunity to get called up. And yes, he's under contract, but again, production and what you're going to bring to this big league ball club is what's going to garner you being here.
Castro takes inside. 1-1. Astros ran into some well-pitched games in Detroit. They have really struggled in any number of games to score this year. They're 9th in runs scored overall in the American League. 2 balls and a strike. They've lost 49 games, and in 36 of those 49 losses, they have failed to score 4 runs. So that no-hitter is now gone for Danny Duffy, broken up by a Desmond Jennings single in the 8th inning for Tampa Bay. Castro takes it. It's 2-2. Duffy was bidding to become the first Kansas City lefty to throw a no-hitter and the first Royals pitcher to do so since Brett Saberhagen. George Springer's on deck with Castro batting here in the 5th.
Stroman's got to make a mistake, doesn't he?
At some point.
Ooh.
And you know, we talk about that all the time, how sometimes as a hitter you might get one mistake and in at bat, but tonight it might be one mistake in a night that you have to hit in order for your team to win.
Exactly, and take advantage of that mistake, just like that young man.
That's no mistake, pal.
That was beautiful.
Not for him. And he's afraid to start eating. Castro fouls it away. That was a leadoff double in the 8th inning, breaking up that Duffy no-hit bid by Desmond Jennings. Castro fouls it back. Well, the Dodgers were able to pry away a pitcher from Tampa Bay today. Matt Moore. Dodgers, we felt, would be making a very strong effort to improve their club today, and they did. And they made a deal with the Astros, trading for AAA reliever Josh Fields. Fields was dealt today for a prospect. The Astros 40-man roster now stands at 38. Foul ball. By the way, Joe Musgrove, promoted to the big league club tonight, was on that 40-man roster.
Not only does Castro get beat up with foul tips and blocking baseballs behind home plate, he decided to inflict a little damage on himself right there with that foul ball. Joys of being a catcher.
Yeah.
We've seen plenty of pitches from Stroman, doing a good job of fighting some off. A couple of mistakes mixed in there. Like to see him get a hold of one right here, shoot a gap, trade places with Tyler White.
Struck him out, and that is number 9. No runs, 1 hit, 1 error, 1 left through 5, no score.
Park, Stroman and Pfister are dealing. There is no score. Well, catch them all at Astros Pokemon Night this weekend. Or rather, I'm sorry, this Wednesday. Collect Pokemon Visit, all the Pokemon stops, and join in social media contests. Catch Pokemon throughout the ballpark until the second inning. The Astros.com/Pokemon or call 1-877-9-ASTROS to be here for Pokemon Night. And as you can probably tell, I have no idea what I'm talking about there, Brownie. Fill me in. Help me out.
Here's the deal. You and Pokemon are going to be in the same place all night.
Okay.
So you'll find out all about him. He's kind of like Santa Claus in some ways.
So he's a Poke broadcaster.
Somewhat mythical, but nonetheless.
Okay.
Jose Bautista, he's 0 for 2. And there's strike one to him. Correction, I said that the Dodgers traded for Matt Moore. It was the Giants who traded for Matt Moore. The Dodgers traded for Rich Hill of Oakland, another lefty starter. And that was interesting today. Now, he didn't get time called, so there it is, a strike. Bautista tried to call time late. Ryan Blackney didn't give it to him. Bautista stepped away, and the pitch was called strike 2.
It's very apparent that it is Ryan Blackney's game tonight. But again, I think the time should have been given to Jose Bautista, but at the same time, if you played in the league long enough, you know you don't step out of that box until you get time out.
Which is not like being in timeout.
You just do like Bo Jackson, put the hand up, call timeout, don't get it, next and hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Yeah. 2-2. We had a question about the Rule 5 draft. Mentioned that Bautista was a Rule 5 draft choice earlier in his career. That takes place in December every year, and it involves players who are not on the 40-man roster. 3-2 on the curveball, and it's been a factor for the Astros because they have a number of highly regarded prospects. They cannot protect all of them on that 40-man roster. That is a check swing call, and Bautista has a leadoff walk.
I thought that pitch was good enough to be called, Brownie.
It looked good compared to the pitches we've seen earlier tonight.
Did look like he held up, and again, the breaking ball, you see where Castro caught it low in the zone, but again, that 12-6 breaking ball that Pfister's working tonight looked like it had a chance to get through that strike zone.
Well, instead, it's the first walk of the night for Pfister. Bautista aboard for Encarnacion. He's singled to left in the 4th. He's 1 for 2. Blue Jays lead the majors in grounding into double plays. They've grounded into 100. That's ball 1. So yeah, that 40-man roster and the Rule 5 draft are a factor. It can even be a factor this time of year in some of these trades that are made for prospects. 2 balls, no strikes. Some clubs would prefer to trade for minor leaguers who don't have the 4 years or the 5 years, depending on when they were signed, to have to include them in the 40-man roster.
This might be the one trade deadline where I've heard the phrase club control.
Yeah.
More often. It was amazing.
It really was. Weak swing by Encarnacion. 2-1 at 69 miles per hour. So Doug Pfister is quite legal in West Texas with that pitch. His fastball might be legal in West Texas, but he's getting people out with it.
It's all that counts. Results.
On the corner, 2-2. There is some carping by the hitters.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, that is awesome.
Now we're getting closer to Eric Gregg. Curveball foul back. Ah, Pokemon Diglett now. Bart knows all about this. He's just kidding.
What's going on?
Yeah, that's actually in Bart's cellar.
I have no idea what that is.
You don't know what that is?
I have no idea.
Struck him out. Well, that one right there is a Pokemon Diglett, and it's strikeout number 6.
I Diglett.
That was a Pokemon K right there.
Yeah.
Tell you what, hitters are searching for Pokemon in that strike zone right now with Blackney back there.
You bet. Saunders is 1 for 2, a single to left field. He was the guy who was voted in for that final spot on the American League All-Star team ahead of George Springer. Foul tip, strike one. Saunders was born in British Columbia, Canada, and he had an entire nation voting for him. He was traded for Jay Happ when he went to Toronto. Pitch is high, 1-1. Jay Happ is having a sensational season, as Blummer told us earlier. 14-3 with a 3.16 ERA. And the former Astro will be pitching here Thursday night against Mike Fiers. Toronto actually had a trade worked out with Saunders to the Angels this spring, but it was canceled due to another player who didn't pass a physical. Last year, Michael had left knee surgery, and he had only 31 major league at-bats without a home run. This year has been his real coming out party in the big leagues. He had a 19 home run season for Seattle in 2012 and 500 at-bats. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and you know, with all these powerful right-handed hitters, he's the guy from the left side in this lineup tonight. Other than switch hitting Justin Smoke. Ryan Goins also bats left. He's in the 9 spot tonight. But for left-handed power, yeah, the Blue Jays really rely on Saunders. That's another punch out. That's 7 for Pfister. 9 for Stroman.
We've seen the big breaking ball, starts about head high, breaks into that waist area of the hitter, but this one right here, Doug Pfister threw a nice hard one down in the zone. Good pitch against a very good left-handed hitter that Browning was talking about.
Russell Martin, the former Dodger, is 0 for 2. 2 fly balls to right field. There's strike one. Martin likes to hit the ball to the right of second base. Colby Rasmus is shading that way. Martin hit 23 homers and drove in 77 runs last year. Strike 2 to Russell.
It's got to be so hard as a catcher knowing you're getting a very big zone and then go up there and hit and have that same zone called against you and not complain because you know it's going to affect your pitcher.
Got to be careful with that. Now, we've always heard, Blummer, and you can put this to rest one way or the other. Well, you know, pitchers and hitters sometimes don't like a particular zone, but as long as it's consistent, they can deal with it.
Yes, that has always been the case. If you know what you're getting yourself into, that's part of the battle. You know what you're fighting against. But if you get the guy that has an erratic zone, that makes it extremely tough to know where you're working, where your limits are.
96 pitches for Doug. In the dirt. And that knocks the mask off Castro. 2-2. Pfister's ERA after the 4th inning this season is 6.28.
That has a lot to do with facing that lineup more than twice.
Shooting for win number 11 of the year. Curveball gets him strikeout number 8. He punches out the side here in the 6th inning to keep the game scoreless.
This is going to bring us our league leaders. This is an interesting one. Most players 26 years old or younger with a 2.5+ WAR. Houston Astros have 3. Altuve, Correa, Springer. Chicago Cubs also have 3. Bryant, Rizzo, and Russell. And I think that's interesting in the fact that the Astros held on to a lot of their young talent. They like the young guys. They want to see those young guys produce. Therefore, they didn't go out there and get rid of some of these kids to go get some of that older talent that might be able to push them over the top. But again, we heard Jeff Luhnow talk about it. They are looking in the next couple of years. They're not looking exactly for this year. They believe in the team they have, but they are looking further down the road for a more consistent, competitive ball club.
0-0. George Springer leads it off in the 6th inning. He's been on base both times with a single to right and a walk. Taking ball 1 from Stroman, who has struck out 9 in 5 innings. The Rangers club is an older club.
And you keep hearing about windows, you know, that window of winning. The Rangers obviously feel that this is their time. They're going to go out and make every effort to make it a better time.
2-1. Blue Jays are tied for first in the American League in quality starts with 67. Certainly getting high quality from Stroman tonight. He goes to 3-1 on Springer, who has drawn the only walk from Stroman tonight. Stroman has only walked 36 this season in 140 innings. Strike 2, full count on Springer with Bregman and Altuve to follow in the Astros 6th.
I'm sure Springer felt that might have been a little bit up in the zone, but that ball well within it in the top part.
Foul back. You know, bring up that point about the Rangers and the additions they made with Lucroy and Beltran today. And also looking at their pitching staff. Of course, they have Cole Hamels, who's one of the best around. Yu Darvish, if he is physically in top condition, a fine playoff type starter. Not sure who number 3 would be if they made the playoffs. But you could see why they would be angling for a starting pitcher, and they probably were, according to a lot of the reports prior to the trade deadline today. They were trying to find a starter. The Astros were trying to find a starter. I think the Dodgers were certainly in that boat. We mentioned they got Rich Hill. Hill has great numbers this year, but he's been hurt a couple of times. Has a blister right now. That's strike 3. 10 punch outs for Stroman.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say if you've got 2 strikes on you, you shouldn't be taking a pitch.
Yeah, it's tough.
I mean, that's a curveball that backed up a little bit, didn't have that natural break that I'm sure Springer was anticipating. Stays in the zone, but again, when you're anticipating the nasty break, you don't get it. You have a tendency to lay off it, hoping it's going to be a ball. But we know today anything in the vicinity is going to be called a strike.
Alex Bregman is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground out. There's ball 1. We're talking about a couple of area codes here for that strike zone tonight, right?
Well, it was kind of funny to see Stroman at the end of that pitch. He was almost begging for it, considering how much he was getting off the plate.
Fly ball out to left center for Pilar. 2 outs. Okay, Ron Gabrish. What umpire had the most erratic strike zone during your playing days, Plummer?
I actually tweeted it back because it was instantaneous for me to say Angel Hernandez. Sometimes he'd have an extremely high zone, sometimes he wouldn't. He was one guy that I kind of guessed a little bit on and knew when I got to 2 strikes I was going to have to defend a little bit more often.
Altuve has taken 2 third strikes tonight. Fastball strike 1. Altuve has not often struck out twice in a game this year. 10 strikeouts tonight, a career high for Stroman. It's 1-1. Altuve is hitting .292 with 2 strikes in the count this season, so this game is unusual for him. Tony Sipp from the left side. And Pat Neshek from the right side of the bullpen, 1-2. The Astros have hit 2 balls hard tonight off Stroman. Altuve to left field, and this is going to break the 0-0 game and make it 1-0 Houston. Altuve with number 19. 2 strikes on that one, and he drove it out for RBI number 63. Golden voice is all over that one.
I just love the maturity. We're seeing Altuve become better every year that we get to watch him, but this year it really seems that there's been a maturity inside that dugout and being the guy that wants to be in the spotlight and make a difference in ball games. I love it.
Strike to Carlos Correa. 0 for 2. There's the big blow. First run in the game, coming out with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the inning. Bouncer to second. Travis throws out Correa. Altuve's homer gives Houston a 1-0 lead through 6.
To the 7th, 1 swing of the bat from Jose Altuve, and the Astros are up 1-0. Watch every out-of-market game live and in HD on over 400 supported devices with MLB.TV Premium, which includes a free subscription to At-Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.TV for more details. Guys, I can tell you, Jose Altuve has been very frustrated with the strike zone his first couple of at-bats. This one, he was not going to leave it up to the umpire.
You ain't lying. That's a good move, too. A little bit of anger in there, but he used it the right way. That was beautiful. He got a mistake, and that's what Brownie and I were talking about earlier in the game. Finally got one left out over the plate. Hammered it.
That was the slowest pitch Stroman has thrown tonight, the curveball. Now Tony Sipp's in the game to turn around switch hitting Justin Smoak. There's ball 1. Pilar and Barney due to follow. Neshek continues to work in the bullpen, so we're not sure how long Sipp would be in. He's 1-2 with a 4.71 ERA. More effective against right-handed batters. .295 against Sipp. He pitched twice in Detroit over the weekend. It's 2-0. 20,623 the paid attendance. Smoak is 0 for 6 against Sipp in his career. Off the plate, and now it's 3 balls, no strikes. Smoke is hitting .242 right-handed with a .364 slugging percentage. In for strike one. That may just be a one-batter appearance here for Sip with Neshek ready to go. He worked a scoreless 8th yesterday at Detroit. Fouled away, and it's a full count on Smoke. Doug Fister with a marvelous night's work in 6 innings, allowed 4 hits, no runs, walking 1 and fanning 8. It's the 3rd time he has pitched shutout ball in a start this year.
Threw 98 pitches, and he looked extremely good.
That is his strikeout high this year. Fly ball. George Springer coming over near the right field line, on the run and reaching out, and then he spills into the stands and holds on. Tremendous play by Springer.
This kid does not give up. As a fan, you worry about the injury history of George Springer, but he is playing extremely good baseball and playing extremely hard too. Selling out right here to make this play for Tony Sip, and introduces himself to a couple fans in the process.
That gymnastic training came in handy.
Thank goodness for padded walls too.
Oh yeah, holding on as he did the headstand. Almost. Hopefully didn't get down that far, but he was way down there. Colin McHugh loved it. Pitching change will bring in Pat Neshek. 1-0 Houston. More in a moment. Neshek is in the game. Tony Sip going 1/3 of an inning. Neshek has a whip of 0.83, Blummer.
Yeah, that's good stuff. He's doing a great job against right-handers. You can see right there that 118 average against with the sinker slider.
Late swing by Pilar, strike one.
Yeah, take that back. That was more wiffle ball movement right there. Keep that up.
There might have been a Pokemon in there. You never know.
I'm sure Bart will warn us if there is.
Yeah, Bart's all over it. Ground ball, backhanded. Correa races, makes the throw, and there's the tag by White. He got him. So the throw drifted toward the plate, but White alertly came off the base and made the tag on Pilar. Oh, he tried to get back in there, and he tagged him again.
That was entertaining to say the least.
Yeah. Check this out.
How smooth and silky is what Carlos Correa is with those soft hands. Throw gets away from him a little bit, but you got to give a lot of credit to Tyler White coming off the bag, making the tag. We will double check to see if he does. Looked like he got a piece of him.
Yeah.
And again, if they do review it, it's what they can see that will overturn the call.
I think Tim Leeper, the first base coach, said, hey, he missed you, get back to first base. And he tried to come back. And watch this. Stealthy move. And then the tag. So they may have gotten him twice, but he's only out once. 2 down, and it's Darwin Barney batting now. Barney is 1 for 2. Alex Bregman robbed him in the 3rd. Ball 1. Couldn't tell for sure on that replay whether he got him or not, Blummer.
Yeah, and I think that might be why they did not review it. Again, when the call is made, that is the standing call. They got to find something that will overturn that call.
2 balls, no strikes for Neshek. He retired both men he faced Saturday at Detroit on only 6 pitches. And he stranded 2 inherited runners in that one. Foul back by Barney. 2 balls, 1 strike. Barney's a good infielder, can play various positions. Came up with the Chicago Cubs. He was drafted by the Cubs in the 4th round in '07. He was an Oregon State player on the '07 College World Series champs. Pops it up. Altuve calls off White. Altuve has it. George Springer made the play of the night, going into foul ground, stabbing that one from Justin Smoke and holding on despite falling into the stands. 1-0 Houston. Springer, a big part of it with that catch in foul territory. Well, a play like this can go a long way, Blummer.
Yeah, we know who Tony Sipp's best friend is. It's George Springer. It's momentum taking him into the seats. Good look on Supermo right here. He stays with it. But I think Jorge right here has an idea. He might be searching for Pokemon. I thought it was a good one.
He's down there somewhere.
Well
be
played.
Rasmus the batter, yeah. Rasmus against Marcus Stroman, 1-0 Astros. Rasmus 0 for 2. And there is strike 1. Stroman has thrown the ball exceptionally well, giving up the Altuve 2-out 2-strike homer in the 6th. One of only 3 hits, one an infield hit off his glove. It's 1-1. The Astros have played 37 games decided by 1 run. They're 18-19. Two balls and a strike. We'll have to check on Minnesota winning 12-5 at Cleveland. Max Kepler has hit 3 home runs for the Twins. That Cleveland club would seem to be really in great shape to make a run at the World Series this year, especially with the pitching the Indians have. Foul tip makes it 2-2. Mike Napoli's hit a 2-run homer now for the Tribe. Cleveland 60-42. Kepler now has 14 this season with the 3 he's hit tonight. He's driven in 6. Rasmus strikes out. Martin with the throw to first. 1 out. 11 punch outs for Stroman.
Academy Sports and Outdoors and the Houston Astros are hitting home runs for Houston, benefiting Houston Children's Charities. Most home runs at home this season. Really no shock on this list. Baltimore Orioles and Camden Yards, with the addition they made in Mark Trumbo, have been launching the ball out of that ballpark. Toronto Blue Jays doing what they've been doing over the last couple of years in the Rogers Center. Of course, the Houston Astros love the long ball here at Minute Maid Park.
Evan Gattis has taken 2/3 strikes tonight. Ken Giles is warming up for Houston. Strike 1 to Gattis, a .351 career hitter against Toronto pitching. Blue Jays will have their 9-1 and 2 hitters due up in the 8th. It's 1-1. Giles there in the pen. Gattis looks at it, and it's 2-1 to Evan. Jake Marisnick is on deck. Preston Tucker due up next. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He's the only able-bodied bench player tonight for A.J. Hinch. Gattis strikes out. That's 12 for Stroman. Marisnick is 2 for 2 in his career against Stroman. And with the 1-0 lead, he's going to come in defensively anyway.
Yeah, I think that's more the bigger point, that he's going to play some left field here late in this ball game. At the same time, he's 2 for 2 off Stroman, but I'm not sure if he's ever faced tonight's Marcus Stroman. My goodness.
Excellent point. 219 for Jake, 2 homers, 9 runs batted in after a .326 July. And it's strike 1. Stroman struck out the side in the 4th inning, getting the 3, 4, 5 hitters Altuve, Correa, and Rasmus, and has a chance to do that here in the 7th. Oh, 2.
Sharp late break on that slider. Good depth too at 88 miles an hour.
Yeah, that pitch has really been disguised from these right-handed hitters tonight very well. Bounces that, and it's 1-2. The Astros have had some of these low-scoring close games lately. They lost that tough 3-2 game Saturday in Detroit. In the dirt. They lost a 2-1 game here to the Yankees last Monday night. Yeah, they were 4-2 on that homestand, but they had swept the previous series, and then the Yankees won 2 of 3. Foul back. Another run might look really good at this point for the Astros.
Oh yeah.
Strike 3 call. That's 13 strikeouts for Stroman through 7 innings. 1-0 Houston.
For the Astros, trying to protect a 1-0 lead over Toronto. Time now to give you the winner of our Chevy Stroh poll. We asked you which Astros pitching prospect you wanted to see in the big leagues the most, and 52% of you said Joe Musgrove. Well, lucky for all of you, he's out there in the bullpen. We won't see him tonight, but you'll probably see him most definitely at some point during this homestand. And I stand corrected. A lot of you do know about Francis Martes. He finished with 23%. There's Joe Musgrove. 87 strikeouts and just 10 walks in the minors this season, guys.
Big command guy. Here is Ken Giles throwing strike one to Ryan Goins. Goins has struck out both times. Pat Neshek retired both men he faced. He and Tony Sipp shared a 1-2-3 seventh. 4 hits for Toronto, 3 for Houston, including the Altuve homer with 2 outs in the 6th. That sounded like about 98. Okay, it's 97. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You were close. We were in Detroit, and he actually, Ken Giles pumped one in there at 101.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. He had a ridiculous slider up in Detroit, too, for that inning he threw.
Gun's a little faster in the Motor City, huh?
Yeah, they like speed up there.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Goins. Well, here's a guy who had an ERA of 0 for July. Joaquin Benoit's warming up for Toronto. Giles threw a perfect 8th Saturday, struck out 3, leads the club with 47 appearances now. Swing and a miss, and Goins is strikeout victim. Strikeout number 9 for Astros pitching.
Yeah, that's just some old school nastiness right there from Ken Giles. Good action on that slider.
That's a total of 22 strikeouts in this game tonight. He's 1-3. His ERA down to 3.89. 2 walks and 18 strikeouts and 8 2/3 scoreless innings for July. Travis with ball 1 has a double in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 3. Giles has pitched scoreless baseball in 28 of his 32 games since May 9th. Fouled away. It's 1-1. The strikeout of Goins was his 61st strikeout in 42 innings. He was averaging 12.96 strikeouts per 9. That's 6th among American League relief pitchers.
Not too bad.
One and 2.
Not that I'd ever want to, but it would be interesting to be able to see what that, what the spin looks coming out of his hand on that slider, because some of the swings and misses he gets are pretty far off.
That last one was
tough to pick up out of the hand.
He threw a pitch a couple weeks ago, and we didn't know. Well, we thought maybe slider, but kind of looked like a changeup.
Well, and that's the thing. I think Ken Giles throws a slider similar to Brad Lidge, where it's not so much that slider angle coming out of the hand. It's how fast he brings the hand down.
Right.
So he says slider, but I agree with you. Some of them have a lot more depth and have that downward break to them.
2-2. So then I asked him the next day, what was that pitch? He said it was a slider. And I said, well, we thought it might have been a changeup. He said, I don't throw a changeup. I don't even know how to grip one.
not when your arm action is going 1,000,000 miles per hour.
Yeah. But he does have different breaks on that slider. You're right. Not biting. 3-2 on Travis.
And that's what I wanted to see right there too. Is it was a good job by Travis laying off that pitch. And sometimes if you can pick up that slider spin early enough out of the hand, you can lay off it. But it's so violent out of the hand of Ken Giles, you have a tough time picking it up. And it does remind me of Brad Lidge's slider, because Brad, you could see his slider, but you could not lay off it.
Single through the middle for Travis. He's 2 for 4 in this game. And Bautista is the batter. A 2.05 ERA since May 9th. Great strikeout numbers. for Ken Giles. 5 hits now for the Blue Jays. Bautista's grounded out twice and he's walked. And Brad Lidge spent some time teaching Ken Giles that grip on the slider. When Ken was with the Phillies, Brad living in that area, did some work with the Phillies. Snap throw to first. He's back in. Strike 1 to Bautista. Giles has 17 holds this year. In the dirt, good stop by Castro, and it's 1-1. Ichiro is pinch hitting against the Cubs right now. He's 2 hits away from 3,000. 5-0 Chicago over Miami in the top of the 7th. This one gets away. Travis advancing to second on the wild pitch.
Really nothing Jason Castro could do on that one. That turbo slider down well out in front of home plate. He actually did a good job just from keeping it from going to the backstop. It's a good read by Travis. Anticipating ball in the dirt. He's got himself in scoring position now.
Yankees 5, Mets 5, top of the 9th at Citi Field. A lot of teams have the night off. Fastball foul back. That makes it 2-2. Nationals 4, D-backs 1, top of the 2nd inning in Arizona. Red Sox and Mariners scoreless, bottom of the 1st in Seattle. The Royals shut out the Rays 3-0 behind Danny Duffy, and that was a 1-hitter. Kelvin Herrera got his 2nd save. Duffy going to 7-1 with the victory. Got him on strikes. 2 down.
Another look at that slider again, Brownie. This is that one you're talking about. Kind of backs up going down and in. Really no answer for that one. It's hard enough to hit the regular one. Then you get a funky break like that. Really no chance. And an interesting number that's actually gone down. But hitters are hitting 038 against the slider from Ken Giles since May 1st.
Ooh.
And that's gone down now because now hitters are 2 for 53 off that thing.
Encarnacion is 1 for 3. In the dirt, ball 1. Just checking the splits on Giles. Right-handed batters are hitting .247 against him. That is surprising. But it's that high. White, Castro, and Springer are due up in the Astros 8th inning. Two and 0. Crowd buzzing over that one. They want that same call that they feel they've seen many times tonight.
I'm not sure Ryan Blackney saw it. 97 might be moving a little too quick for him.
Ooh. 2-1. That's tough.
That is tough. 2-0, and you see something like that because it jumps out of the hand of Ken Giles. Looks like the heater immediately. And then you do what Encarnacion just did. You start your swing and cannot stop it.
No, sir. Turn towards second, and Travis goes back. Furthermore, this is the first career appearance for Giles against Toronto, so it's not as if any of these guys can call on any memory. Perhaps they faced him in spring training. In the dirt, this kicks away. No throw to third by Castro. Travis advances on another wild pitch.
Again, good read. Good base runners know when a pitcher likes to go to their slider. Ken Giles is one of those guys. Therefore, Travis is anticipating that. But again, Castro keeping it in front of him, not getting to the backstop. That comes into play right here with a runner at third base.
So the fastball is ball 4. And now Saunders will come up. And sometimes pitcher may not want to throw that slider with the runner at third base, afraid that it might get away again from the catcher.
That is very true.
Saunders is 1 for 3. Russell Martin comes out to the on-deck circle. Strike. One to Saunders. Blue Jays won 93 games last year. They won the AL East by 6 games. Now 2-1. Should be quite a dogfight in the AL East. Toronto, Boston, and Baltimore. Currently Baltimore the top team. Foul back. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I was kind of curious to see what Baltimore was going to do as far as their starting rotation. They have issues, but I don't think they have as many issues as the Boston Red Sox. The Boston Red Sox are going to score runs.
Yeah.
But it's just crazy to me that they, you know, how long can they continue to score 6+ runs per game? That's the thing.
Yes, it is.
They need some starting pitching to help out that offense every once in a while.
Baltimore picked up Wade Miley in a deal from Seattle. 2-2 to Saunders. 2 on and 2 out. He stays alive. The Houston bullpen is 18-12 with a 3.17 ERA. Very entertaining game tonight. He got him looking. What a pitch by Giles, with 2 men on to maintain a 1-0 lead in the 8th. Houston Astros baseball on Root Sports is presented by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. And by Lexus, the new 2016 Lexus ES and ES Hybrid. It's next level luxury. Jose Altuve's 2-out, 2-strike homer in the 6th inning has provided the only run in this game. Now the Astros come up in the home 8th inning, leading 1-0. And relief pitcher Bo Schultz is on the mound. They're voting for Altuve in the upcoming elections.
It's a pretty solid choice.
Oh, yes. Schultz in 11 innings has no decisions, an ERA of 3.27, Blummer.
Yeah, not a bad whip either, getting down there near the 1. Again, he's a young kid who's going to come at you with a fastball. He's averaging 96 miles an hour on that fastball. The changeup almost 88 miles an hour. He has a cutter and a slider also.
Tyler White is 1 for 2. Got an infield hit off the pitcher's glove. That's strike 1 to White. What a night for Stroman. 7 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 13 strikeouts. New career high in strikeouts for Stroman. Foul back, and it's 0-2. As far as these Astros hitters are concerned, if you poll them right now, they'd probably be in favor of facing anybody other than Marcus Stroman, the way he's throwing tonight, especially with that cutter he had. Castro's on deck. Springer due up 3rd in the inning. 1-2 to Tyler White. Will Harris is warming up for the Astros. Foul back. Talked about the changes in this Toronto bullpen with the recent additions. Schultz has held right-handed hitters to a .217 batting average. And he's been a ground ball pitcher. 58% of the balls in play against him have been on the ground. Punched out towards second base. Travis, 1 out. Castro will follow. Bo Schultz just came up from Buffalo for his 3rd stint with Toronto this year. He's 30 years old, born in Dallas. He went to Highland Park High School there, Clayton Kershaw's school, and then Northwestern University for Bo Schultz. Castro struck out both times tonight. Astros have struck out more than any other American League club. Fouled for strike 1. They have a weird combination of statistics. They have the 2nd lowest batting average in the league, but they're 4th in the league in extra base hits. They're 2nd in walks, and they lead the league in steals.
I thought you were going to finish that and explain it for us, Brownie.
Nope, no explanation. 1-1. Well, the Cleveland Indian fans had to be so exuberant coming into their game tonight at home with Minnesota after their trade acquisitions. They got walloped 12-5. (2-1) to Castro, and now the trades play out. It's going to be fun to watch. It's not that there can't be trades, but waivers are required from now on to the end of the season before trades can be made.
Yeah, that's it's a weird part of the season too. You start hearing about everybody being put on waivers, and basically everybody does go on waivers. Teams will pull them back if somebody decides to try and claim them off waivers. They will put them back on their own roster, but there's teams that can't claim those guys and eventually trade for them.
Travis throws, Castro out with a gorgeous play. 2 outs.
The Astros play the Rangers this Friday through Sunday at Minute Maid Park. Get your tickets today for one of the biggest series of the year by visiting Astros.com or calling 1-877-9-ASTROS.
What a big weekend that's going to be.
That's going to be a good one.
Now George Springer, a single, a walk, a strikeout. Yeah, so that waiver process will begin very soon for these teams. They'll start putting groups of players through on waivers. Barney completes the 8th inning. We go to the 9th, and it's 1-0 Houston.
Performance is powered by Kubota, and it was Doug Fister waiting to have that young child become a father. He went out there and dealt 6 innings, 8 punch-outs. He had everything working very nicely. It's been a big zone. He worked effectively with it. Fastball on both sides of the plate, but that big breaking ball proved to be unhittable for some of these Toronto Blue Jay hitters, and it was just great to see him attack that zone consistently, showing fearlessness in the zone with all those pitches. Only gave up 4 hits in those 6 innings too. Beautiful night for Doug Fister.
And the bullpen is picked up with Sip, Neshek, Giles, and now Will Harris comes in. 1-0 lead. 11 for 13 in saves. Last outing for him, a rough one Saturday in Detroit. He had a blown save. And he will face Russell Martin leading it off. Martin is 0 for 3. There's ball 1. Harris got the first 2 outs in Detroit with a 2-1 lead, and then wound up a 3-2 loser, giving up 2 runs, one of them earned in 2/3 of an inning. It's 2-0 to Martin. Such a rough game for Will. He took full responsibility for the game-winning infield hit by Iglesias. He took the throw at first from Jason Castro, and Iglesias was called safe. Game over. Harris blamed himself for not getting to the base, and now 3-0 on Martin. But Harris got the first 2 guys, and he walked Upton. Gave up hits to Collins, McCann, and Iglesias in the Detroit 3-2 win Saturday. So now trying to rebound and protect this one for Fister. In for strike 1. Justin Smoke is on deck. Kevin Pillar's due up 3rd. The only left-handed pinch hitter available for Toronto's Josh Tolley, the backup catcher. They certainly have last year's MVP Josh Donaldson on the bench. They have Troy Tulowitzki, who has a chip fracture in his thumb, on the bench. Three balls, 2 strikes. John Gibbons, the Blue Jays skipper from San Antonio, watching as Martin leads it off in the ninth. Bounce behind the plate, still a full count. Of the 5 Toronto hits, 4 have been singles. Travis had the only extra base hit, a double in the third. Blue Jays have been shut out 4 times. Tap toward third and foul for Alex Bregman. Toronto club with 518 runs. Very powerful, explosive. Just tough to keep down for any length of time.
And you combine that with Minute Maid Park. Gives you a pretty good idea of what Doug Fister and some of the other pitchers have done tonight.
Excellent point.
How about the Red Sox? 574 runs scored.
That'll tie it. Russell Martin makes it 1-1. Home run number 8 for Martin. It's a tie ball game, and Martin has driven in 40.
Fall behind a veteran hitter like Russell Martin, and you have to continue to throw fastballs. The more he sees, the better he's going to be, and he got the barrel out on that one.
Justin Smoke is the batter. He's 0 for 3. Chris Davinsky up in the bullpen. Ball 1 to Smoke. That's 150 home runs for the Blue Jays. They're second in the American League in long balls. They've hit 76 on the road. Banged off the foot of Smoke. 1-1. That takes a win away from Fister. Takes a loss away from Stroman. Third blown save of the year for Harris. Joaquin Benoit and Roberto Osuna are in the bullpen for Toronto. Benoit probably pitches the ninth if the score is tied. Osuna if they have the lead. Curve bounces and it's 2-1. Luke Gregerson started the year, as you know, as the Astros closer. He was 14 for 19 in saves. Harris taking over, now 11 for 14 in saves. Foul ball off his leg goes out to Tyler White, and it's 2-2. Max Kepler of the Twins finished the night 4 for 6 with 3 homers, 6 runs batted in. He's hit 11 homers since July 1st. Struck him out looking. 1 out. That's 12 punch outs for Astros pitching tonight. Kevin Pillar is 0 for 3. Darwin Barney's on deck. That's ball 1. Gangster Baker wants to know if, as a general manager, would you rather mortgage the future but win a World Series or build a team that might win multiple times in the future? 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think every team has to evaluate the situation they're in. We talked about it earlier in the ball game, how the Rangers are a little bit older. They've pushed all their chips into the middle here in recent years, as opposed to the Astros, who have young talent who they're banking on in the future to have multiple opportunities to contend for a world championship.
And the Rangers have a 6-game lead on the Astros. That's a factor. He went and struck out. Also, remember back to last year when the Astros were leading, they made a couple of stretch drive deals. They did reach the playoffs, but you couldn't say those stretch drive deals were wildly successful.
That is true.
Darwin Barney is 1 for 3. Yeah, so that what is that window of opportunity? What does the entire organization look like for a few years to come? That's the window. I think it would be foolish to try to make a stretch drive deal for a club that was marginal to make the playoffs and give up a lot of good prospects for the future. One ball, one strike. It's as scientific as you can make it, but it's baseball. It's sports. It's people playing a game.
Yeah, and there's no guarantee that all these trades are going to pay off and work and get them as far as they think that it's going to work.
No guarantee. Two and 1. Certainly when you were a player, you can remember you had to be exuberant when you got a stretch drive trade that the players really liked, right?
Yeah. It does boost the clubhouse a little bit. I mean, there's so much uncertainty leading into that trade deadline. Are there going to be guys removed from that clubhouse? Are we going to get that addition we need to put us over the top? Or it can be a situation where guys don't feel they need that addition. They just want to go to battle with the guys they have in that clubhouse.
3-1 to Barney. Ryan Goins on deck. The Astros will have Bregman, Altuve, Correa due up in the last of the 9th inning. Ball 4. Barney works the walk. And A.J. Hinch comes out. He has Davinsky in the bullpen. Goins coming up. And a lot of this is probably having to do with the pitch count of Will Harris. 22 pitches in this game. It's not necessarily a lack of faith in him, but to keep him available for tomorrow night. We'll be right back with the score 1-1 in the 9th. By a Russell Martin leadoff homer here in the 9th inning on a 3-2 pitch. Chris Davinsky, pitcher number 6, comes in now for Houston with an 0-2 record at 2.35 ERA.
Yeah, Devo's been getting his work in. Remember, he pitched in that first game of the Detroit series, coming in for Colin McHugh, who got blasted in that game. He threw 3 1/3 innings, gave up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, and punched out 2. He threw 51 pitches back on the 29th.
Ryan Goins is the batter. He has struck out all 3 times tonight. Left-handed hitters are hitting .223 against Davinsky. Barney takes off, and there's a ball hit in the air, foul left field side and out of play. Barney had a pretty good jump that time. And you might see a throw over to first base before this next pitch to Goins.
Way to go, Brownie.
Not that tough to predict, was it?
Come on. You're all over it.
Devo, 25 years old, from Cerritos, California, went to Cal State Fullerton. Bouncer Altuve gets the big hop, throws him out. 1 run, 1 hit. Martin ties it with a home run. It's 1-1. Bottom of the 9th. Bregman, Altuve, Correa coming up. Of home runs. Jose Altuve hit one with 2 outs on a 1-2 pitch in the 6th inning. 1-0 Houston off Marcus Stroman. And then leading off the 9th inning, Russell Martin matched that on a 3-2 pitch off Will Harris. That's number 8 for Martin, and it's 1-1 moving to the bottom of the 9th. Astros fans hoping it's a last at-bat victory with Bregman, Altuve, Correa coming up against pitcher number 3, Joaquin Benoit, a newcomer to the Toronto bullpen.
Maybe a newcomer to the Toronto Blue Jays, but he is a veteran in this league, been around quite a while. This will be his 30th appearance on the season. ERA not all that great.
He's getting close to 700 career appearances. You're right. He's no newcomer to baseball. He's 38 years old. Bregman with ball 1. Bregman is 0 for 3 tonight. Last 8 games, Benoit has allowed 4 hits and 24 at bats, a 167 average. Bouncer back to him. 1 out. And it's Altuve. Altuve homered in the 6th after taking called 3rd strikes in the 1st and 4th. Benoit was traded from Seattle to Toronto for Drew Storen July 26th. He made his Blue Jays debut the next day. Altuve will try to get something working. Correa on deck. Benoit is facing the Astros for the third time. In his 2 outings for Seattle against them, he pitched scoreless ball for a total of 1 2/3 innings. Travis at second takes care of out number 2. And 1 year ago for Carlos Correa.
That was the first home run of the game. It's the Arizona Diamondbacks and Jeremy Hellickson. And off Josh Coleman, he goes off Otako. First multi-home run game of Carlos Correa's career 1 year ago today.
Colby Rasmus on deck. That's strike 1 for Benoit. Correa has bounced out twice. He has struck out looking. The Astros have 13 last at bat wins. Correa has been involved in several of them. 6. One and one. Benoit was signed by the Texas Rangers in '96. Two balls and a strike. We had a question on Twitter involving the trade today with the Astros and the Blue Jays involving Scott Feldman. The question was, could he pitch in the game tonight? Yes, he can. He's in the Blue Jays bullpen. 3 balls, 1 strike. Correa hit a 3-run game-winning homer in the top of the 13th at Anaheim to beat the Angels May 29th. That's ball 4. Correa with 10 steals in 13 tries. May want to test Benoit. He's not quick to the plate, and Martin has thrown out only 11% this year. Colby Rasmus is 0 for 3. Strike to Colby. Evan Gattis is waiting. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Blue Jays have out-hit the Astros 6-3. 8 men left for Toronto, 3 men left for Houston. One and one. Now 2 balls and a strike to Colby. Barney's about halfway between second and third on Rasmus. 2-2. To left field. Saunders back to end the ninth. No runs, no hits, and a man left. Extra innings come your way next. It's 1-1 through 9. Extra innings are brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. For the Astros, it's extra inning game number 14 of the year. It's 1-1 as we move to the 10th inning. They're 8-5 in extra frames. And 4-7 is Toronto's extra inning record. Chris Davinsky comes out for the 10th inning. Luke Gregerson has not pitched in this game tonight. Michael Phillies has not worked either, and Joe Musgrove is the third reliever who has not been used. Devin Travis has 2 of the hits tonight. Fly ball out to center field. 1 out as it goes to Rasmus. Will Harrison 2/3 of an inning, allowed 1 hit, 1 run. He walked 1 and struck out 2. Jose Bautista is 0 for 3 with a walk. And normally in a game like this we would have seen Luke Gregerson. There is strike 1. Davinsky came in, got a big out in the 9th inning. Oh, 2 to Bautista. Quite a rookie season for Devo. He's been put into more and more important situations along the way. This is 29th major league appearance. 1-2, and it'll be interesting to see how Joe Musgrove does. You know, he's been a starter like Devo was in the minor leagues. It does require some transitioning, but Devo has a live arm. He doesn't need a whole lot of rest. And not all starters can operate that way. 2-2. His arm really bounces back well. Three balls, 2 strikes to Bautista. Joe Biagini warming up for Toronto. Foul tip strikeout. That's a big one. 2 outs in the 10th.
Yeah, there's not too often we get to see that breaking ball from Davinsky because he's such a fastball, changeup, heavy type pitcher. But right here we saw a couple of good breaking balls in this at bat, staying away from Jose Bautista for good reason. Gets the strikeout.
Encarnacion has a hit and a walk. That's strike one to him. Saunders is on deck. Fouled away, and it's 0-2. Levinsky was an all-star last year at Double-A Corpus Christi. Made 17 starts and 7 relief appearances. Just off the edge, and it's 1-2.
Seen worse pitches called for strikes tonight.
Yes, that's right. Line foul. Astros will be in Toronto on the next road trip. They start with Minnesota with 4 games there. There's the souvenir. So they'll be quite familiar with the Blue Jays by the middle of the month. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Last year the Astros won the season series 4-3, and they took all 4 at Minute Maid Park. The appeal went to first. He checked his swing on the Tony Randazzo decision. It's now 3-2.
Oh, I felt like there were 2 strikes on that play right there. That pitch just off the edge. And again, seen it called in this game, and we talked about just be consistent. That was borderline on the check swing too.
It was. 2 chances to get him, and he got him anyway. Great job with the fastball. He has a 1-2-3 10th. Now the Astros have Gaddis, Marisnick, and White due up in the bottom half, tied at 1. We got to the bottom of the 10th inning, and pitcher number 4 is in the game, Joe Biagini. He's 26 years old from Redwood City, California. He went to Cal Davis. The Giants drafted him, and then he was a Rule 5 pick last December by Toronto. He's done really well in his rookie season. 3-2. And in 40 2/3 innings, he has not allowed a home run this season, Plummer.
Good time to change that. Biagini's going to come at you with a fastball around 94. Also has himself a changeup, curve, and a slider.
Last year he pitched at Richmond as a starter, and he was 10-7 with a 2.42 ERA. Excellent control. Evan Gaddis leads it off. He has struck out all 3 times tonight. The only other relief pitcher in the majors who has not allowed a homer with that many innings pitched, 40 2/3, is Juris Familia of the Mets. He's gone 49 2/3. 7 straight scoreless outings for Biagini, covering 8 2/3 innings. And there's strike 1 at 94. Joaquin Benoit in 1 inning allowed no hits, no runs. He had 1 walk, no strikeouts. "15 strikeouts for Astros pitchers." That's strike 2. 13 strikeouts for Blue Jays hurlers tonight. Add another one to the list. That's a golden sombrero for Evan. Out number 1 in the home 10th inning. And it's Jake Marisnick batting. Marisnick struck out looking in the 7th. Jake was drafted by the Blue Jays in '09 in the 3rd round. He takes ball 1. A native of Tampa, Florida, a great baseball city which has produced many outstanding big leaguers. Then he was moved along to Miami in a trade. 12-player deal after the 2012 season. Fouled away. 1-1. Tyler White's on deck. It's 1-2. Biagini had a difficult loss back on April 20th to the Orioles. He came in the 10th inning of a tie game, as he is here, and he gave up an unearned run on a passed ball.
Ouch.
Yeah.
See Cishek the other day in Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
Mariners. Wild pitch walk-off.
That's tough. Still a 1-2 count. There are a lot of different ways to lose a baseball game. Broken bat. There's the play by Barney. 2 outs. Tyler White will bat.
It's a little bit of luck involved with that ground ball right there. Charging on it, it was Barney.
Didn't make the pickup. Looked like he had a little bobble there. White ripped a line drive caught by Pilar in left center in the 3rd inning. Then he singled off the pitcher's glove and he grounded out. In the dirt for ball 1. Jason Castro on deck.
It was my mistake. Cishek tied the game up with that wild pitch.
Oh, did he?
John Lester squeezed him off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was very interesting. The Sunday night game when Joe Madden was managing like crazy in that game. You have Travis Wood pitching, and then he sent him to left field where he made a catch up against the ivy and brought him in to pitch some more.
That was a pretty impressive play in left.
It really was. And the Cubs trailed, I think, 6-0 and came back and won it in extra innings. Line drive caught by Biagini. That ball absolutely scalded by White, but we go to the 11th and it's still 1-1. Star brought to you by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's, feed your wild side. It's 1-1 through 10 here at Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston. First of a 4-game series, first of a 7-game homestand for the Astros. And it's been a dandy. Altuve with a 2-out 6th inning homer. Martin with a leadoff homer in the 9th. And we now move to the 11th inning. Saunders is 1 for 4. He singled in the 2nd inning. Off starter Doug Fister. Chris Davinsky has retired 4 in a row since entering the game. Fastball fouled away. There's strike 1. Well, Scott Feldman and Davinsky really have been so valuable in helping to keep this bullpen together with their multiple inning relief appearances. And Michael Feliz has been in the mix to do that as well. In for a strike. 0-2. Debo's ERA of 1.28 is on pace to be the lowest in club history by a reliever for a single season. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The club record goes way back to the first year of the franchise. Don McMahon had a 1.53 ERA in 1962 for the Colt 45s. Foul back. Club record for a rookie reliever in a single season belongs to Dave Smith. He had a 1.93 ERA in 1980. Saunders has worked the count to 2-2. Struck him out. That's 3 in a row for Debo.
Yeah, Debo's doing some work right now, isn't he?
He is.
Saw some good curveballs to the right-handed hitting Jose Batista. Getting Michael Saunders on a couple of great changeups.
He's over the 70-inning mark, mostly in relief. Russell Martin homered in the 9th to tie it. That's strike 1. For the season, the Astros relievers prior to tonight had worked 340 innings. And that's kind of in the upper echelon in the American League. 1-1. That is some 52 innings more than the Toronto bullpen had worked before tonight. Pretty significant. Two balls and a strike. Toronto starters, though, have been so strong with second best ERA in the American League and a lot of quality starts. Changeup works for strike 2 to Martin. Debo's fastball is a little bit livelier in relief than it was as a starter, but he did fine as a starter. Three balls and 2 strikes. He had some starts back in late April and early May. He's worked exclusively in relief since mid-May. In for a strikeout. That's 4 in a row. He's mystifying these hitters, Plummer.
He really is, and he set up Russell Martin right here, just froze him, locked him up on that fastball away. That pitch was actually on the plate.
That's 6 in a row he has set down. Justin Smoke's the batter. Smoke is 0 for 4. Tight ball 1. You've probably faced guys who fall off to the first base side like Devo, but he just looks a little unusual compared to other guys we've seen down through the years in doing that. You know, guys like Bob Gibson used to spin off a little differently than he does. He just kind of tilts in that direction. I think that makes him really difficult for the hitter to understand that that ball is going to be coming back toward them from over toward the first base side of the mound.
Yeah, it's a very uncommon delivery, especially when the body's going one way and he's throwing back across. But it makes him effective, and as long as he's able to repeat it and create a consistent release point, he's going to be effective.
2 balls and a strike. Pilar is on deck. That floats in for strike 2. .32 pitches so far for Chris.
Well, watch that front shoulder. Keeps it square, but he falls off towards that left-handed hitter.
Foul ball keeps it at 2-2. Batting average is only .230 against Chris. He gets another punch out. That's 5 in a row for Chris Davinsky, sending this game to the bottom of the 11th. Castro, Springer, Bregman due up. It's 1-1. Tomorrow night, Blummer.
He is. He's been pitching well. Month of July has been very nice to this young man. He has been a spark plug in this rotation since he's come off that DL with that electric fastball curveball combination. There's a very high spin rate on that, and if that pitch is going well and he's able to locate that fastball, he's going to have another good night tomorrow night against these tough Toronto Blue Jay hitters. Matching up with R.A. Dickey tomorrow.
Be a study in contrast. 1-1 as we go to the last of the 11th inning. The Astros pitchers have struck out 18. That's 1 away from their season high of 19 set against Baltimore May 24th in a 13-inning game. Jason Castro is 0 for 3. There have been 14 punch outs by Blue Jays pitchers. Ground ball, and that will beat the shift. Leadoff single by Castro.
Tell you what, it's good to see Castro get that knock right there. He was robbed on an AB earlier from Travis, making a diving play on him, but he's on base. And again, Gaddis is in the lineup as the DH. He's your backup catcher, so if you're wondering if Marwin Gonzalez can go out there and run the bases right now, not sure A.J. Hinch is going to do that until maybe Castro gets into scoring position, possibly for that winning run.
George Springer fouls that one.
He was trying to turn that into a leisurely jog for the win.
Been on twice tonight, a single and a walk for Springer. There's Marwin. Stretching out in case he is called on to pinch run. In for a strike for Biagini, and it's 0-2.
George might have been looking for something else right there.
Springer had a walk-off homer against Arizona in the 11th inning, June 1st. 8 walk-off wins for the Astros this season. It's 1-2. Blue Jays, striking out 18 times, have tied their high for a single game this year. Springer stays alive, reaching for that one. Nationals D-backs 8-1, bottom of the 4th inning. Steven Strasburg on the mound. All kinds of run support. Red Sox and Mariners scoreless at the end of 5. And Rodriguez pitching for Boston at Seattle. Up the middle, and there's Travis tossing, and a middleman not in time on the Goins relay, but a slick play by Travis up the middle, tossing to Goins for the force play on Castro.
Good hustle by George. That was a heck of a play up the middle between Travis and Goins. Good pickup. Pretty good turn with that runner bearing down on him. But again, with these slide rules, really no need for the shortstop to panic about getting hit.
Alex Bregman is 0 for 4. Springer stole a base in the 1st inning. His 7th of the year. Strike to Bregman. Altuve on deck. Bregman examines the signs from third base coach Gary Pettis. Padres lead 1-0 over Milwaukee, bottom of the 3rd. One and one.
Get those hands ready, kid.
Brett Cecil, a lefty, is warming up now for Toronto. Now 2-1 to Bregman.
I think the hardest part about being a young hitter is trying not to do too much. Stay within yourself. Do what you did to get here.
Two balls, 2 strikes on the foul tip. Fouled out of play. Bregman in 80 combined games between AA and AAA. Hit .306. Takes off, and it's fouled. George went diving head first into second base.
It's a nice play by Altuve on deck off the net.
I didn't see that. Oh, he's giving it to a kid now. Okay. Three and two. Now Springer might be going again.
Here again, 3-2 count. See the ball, be short and quick to it. He's got a great stroke. Trust those hands. Shoot a gap right here. Don't try and get too big. Just shoot a gap. You get a ball in the gap, George Springer's going to run and score easy.
Springer goes, and it's a strikeout. Springer will stop and go back. Throw is dropped. It's thrown back to first, but not in time. It's a strikeout for out number 2. Springer back to first base.
To bring George some oxygen.
Yeah. They've been doing that mad dash back and forth. Astros get a break when the throw from Martin bounces, and then Travis couldn't get it back to first in time to get Springer.
Yeah, that's a big play right now, because if they double him off, guess who's not hitting in this situation?
You bet.
Also, again, George Springer beating out that ground ball and not turning it into a double play has also led to this situation to have Altuve up right now.
1 for 4 tonight. A home run in the 6th inning, his 19th of the year. Foul for strike 1.
Yeah, he was going for 20 and 65 right there.
He was. Came into this game with a club record tying 145 hits through the first 104 games of the year. His own club record set in 2014. MVP, they chant. Popped up. Smoke is over. To end the 11th. No runs a hit and a man left. We move to the 12th, and it's still 1-1. Inning here. It's been 1-1 since the top of the 9th when Russell Martin tied it with his 8th homer of the year. Earlier, Jose Altuve had hit his 19th in the 6th inning. 6 hits for the Blue Jays, 4 for the Astros, 1 error for Toronto. 12th inning begins with Kevin Pillar. Pillar is 0 for 4. A lot of strikeouts dot the scorecards tonight for those who have been keeping score. That's fouled away, strike 1. Chris Davinsky has retired all 7 men since entering the game with 2 outs in the 9th inning and a man on first. Starter Doug Fister fanned 8 in 6 innings. Ken Giles fanned 3 in 1. That's a swing. And it's rung up by Tony Randazzo. 0-2. 2 strikeouts for Will Harris and 5 for Davinsky. A total of 18 Houston punchouts in this game. And this is not one yet. It's 1-2. Another check swing call by Randazzo.
Could have been.
Yeah. Barney on deck. Make it number 19. To tie the Astros single game high, or set a new high rather, this year.
Ball's jumping out of Devo's hand. A little extra angst behind that one. Didn't have to check that one. That's definitely a swing and a miss.
6 strikeouts in a row for Chris Davinsky. Darwin Barney is 1 for 3 with a walk. And for strike 1. Good pitch at the knees with Bregman even with a bag at third. Guarding against a bunt try.
Barney's the only player not to strike out in this lineup.
1-1. Yeah, there's a hit and a walk and almost another hit robbed by Bregman his first time up. Upstairs, and it's 2-1. Popped up, back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just checking the pitch count for Davinsky. Now at 42, he threw 51 pitches in that game at Detroit over the weekend. That was Friday. So on just a couple days rest, he's come back and
Pretty
thrown
impressive.
42 more. Yeah, it really is.
Wow.
That's hard to find in today's game. 3-2. 2 appearances that close together with that many pitches thrown by a reliever.
I think he's throwing better today than he did in that outing against Detroit.
Foul back. Certainly better numbers. He gave up 3 hits and 2 runs and 3 1/3 in that one. He gave up a 3-run homer to Tyler Collins. Inherited a couple of runners who scored. Foul back. Well, our good buddy Jim DeShays, as you know, struck out the first 8 Dodgers in a game. And that was the major league record at the beginning of a game. Well, this is 6 in a row in relief for Davinsky.
Are they going to pinch hit for somebody? Didn't Tommy Lasorda pinch hit for the pitcher in that?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. That is another one. 7 in a row.
The first punch out of Darwin Barney in this ball game.
And Josh Donaldson will pinch hit for Ryan Goins next.
So much for a day off for Josh Donaldson.
Donaldson, we were told he's just tired. He's been playing a lot. That's 20 strikeouts tonight for the Astros pitching staff, a season high. Donaldson, the MVP last year, has 25 homers this year. And it's ball 1 to him. Pinch hitting for Ryan Goins, who was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. 298 for Donaldson, 74 runs batted in another outstanding year. He has not pinch hit this season. It's 2-0 to Donaldson. So the club record is 8 consecutive strikeouts for the Astros. Don Wilson did it. And Jim DeShays at the start of a game did it. Those are the only 2. 3-0. It's going to be tough here to get Donaldson under these circumstances. to strike out.
This might be a pretty healthy hack if it's a strike.
Yep.
Off speed, 3-0. Devo anticipating it too.
There's that big healthy hack you talked about. Full count now to Donaldson. Donaldson second in walks in the American League. Just another outstanding year for him. He leads the American League in on-base average since May 20th.
Got 2 MVP candidates in this ballgame between Altuve and Donaldson.
Ground ball to short. Correa has it. Goes out Donaldson. And Chris Davinsky has retired 10 in a row now since he came in the 9th inning. It's 1-1 going to the bottom of the 12th. Quite a ball game tonight. Now, if you've been watching for a while, it gets more and more interesting with this strikeout fest well underway. Who's going to win this game? Who's going to make enough contact to win this game? Brett Cecil will be pitcher number 5 for the Blue Jays. Josh Donaldson staying in to play third base after pinch hitting for the shortstop Goins. And Darwin Barney is moving over to play short as Cecil comes in. He's 0-6 with a 5.59 ERA.
Left-hander's got a fastball around 91, 92 miles an hour. Change up, got a little bit of a cutter also.
Carlos Correa is about to get things going in the home 12th inning. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. Cecil from Dunkirk, Maryland, went to the University of Maryland. He throws ball 1. Cecil's been a mainstay with the Blue Jays since he came up in 09. Correa will be followed by Rasmus and Gaddis. In for a strike, that evens it at 1-1. Biagini in 2 innings allowed 1 hit, no runs, had no walks, and struck out 2. Broken bat, line to Donaldson at third. 1 out. Colby Rasmus is 0 for 4 tonight. Cecil was on the disabled list. He had a tricep strain, and since coming back, he's allowed a batting average of .306. with an ERA of 6. Gaddis on deck. Strike to Colby. It's 0-2 for Cecil.
Tough night on bullpens. Still got 3 more games in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a tester for the bullpens the way this thing is going. Both managers have to be coming out of this one hoping that their starting pitchers can go deep tomorrow night. Stroman went 7 tonight and Fister went 6, so no problem there. Rasmus is down on a punch out. 2 outs. That's 16 strikeouts for the Blue Jays pitching staff tonight. The Astros with 20 for a total of 36 strikeouts in this game. Evan Gattis has had 4 of them.
Oof.
Well, it's only fitting that a guy with 4 punch-outs gets the game-winning homer.
It's all about redemption.
Ball 1 to Gattis.
So far, these teams are only on pace for 144 strikeouts in this 4-game series. You kidding me? Oh, man.
Gattis looks at it. 2-0 to Evan. Donaldson's pretty close to the line at third base. Risnick there on deck.
We need Gattis to hit that gnome run.
3-0.
This game's gone so long, I think Blackney's forgotten what his strike zone is.
Let's go, Astros!
Fly ball, and there's the center fielder Pilar moving over into right center for the running catch to put it away and end the 12th inning with the game still tied at 1. A battle of strikeouts tonight. It's 1-1 going to inning number 13. And what a night for Chris Davinsky in relief, Plummer.
Man, it really has. He has been aggressive. We talked about him pitching a couple days ago, going 3 1/3, but here coming out pitching extremely strong against a very good lineup and showing all 3 pitches for me: fastball, curveball, and changeup. A pretty good run of strikeouts. But again, in 3 1/3, 7 punch-outs.
Devin Travis.
He ain't done yet, hopefully.
Travis takes, there's strike 1. And Devo has been excellent at throwing strike 1. Travis has a double and a single tonight. 13th inning. Off the plate, and it's 1-1. 7 strikeouts among the 10 outs for Davinsky in a row. What a night. 54 pitches after throwing 51 Friday in Detroit. 1-2. Michael Feliz is beginning to get loose for the Astros. Now 2-2 to Travis. Now a second time around for these hitters against Davinsky. Travis was the only Blue Jay to make contact after the 9th inning out Chris got. He hit a fly ball to center in the 10th. This one outside the right field line into the seats.
Man down.
Yeah. He sure did.
Going for the slap shot.
Ooh, that hurts a little bit. Travis just came back from the DL not too long ago. Broken bat pop up. Altuve back for it. One down in the 13th inning. And Bautista bats. Bautista's 0 for 4 with a walk. Rasmus is moving more toward left center now. That's ball 1. That's the way the alignment looks. Pretty much straight up for Bautista. 1-1. Popped up. Castro back. 2 down. 12 in a row set down by Chris. Encarnacion follows. He has a single and a walk tonight. Also 3 strikeouts for Edwin, former Cincinnati Red. Ball 1 to Edwin, an all-star this year. 33 years old now. He was drafted by Texas in 2000. Big cut makes it 1-1. Michael Saunders on deck. Encarnacion had a good year with the Reds in 08, but then he was traded in 09 to Toronto. In for a strike. 1-2. Brisk pace for Chris Davinsky. He's quick and he's efficient. Bouncer slowly hit Correa. And the string continues. 13 straight retired by Chris Davinsky. In the 13th inning, it's 1-1. And for the Astros in the last of the 13th, it'll be a chance to win it with Jake Marisnick leading it off. And Tyler White is on deck. Jason Castro's due up third. Pitcher number 6 comes out to warm up. He is the closer for the Blue Jays, Roberto Osuna, a native of Cuba. He's been an excellent closer this year. And he's 2-1, 22 for 24 in saves and a 1.90 ERA. Blummer.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for right-handed hitters, hitting a .149 against him. Left-handers are hitting .230. Comes after you with a good firm fastball, change-up. Also has a cut fastball he throws around 91 to 92 miles an hour.
Jake Marisnick is 0 for 2 with strikeout and a ground out for Jake. Coming in for Preston Tucker, who started the game in left field. Brett Cecil in 1 inning, allowed no hits, no runs, had no walks, and struck out 1. Fastball foul back. There's strike 1. Osuna has gone 12 outings without giving up a run, covering 11 2/3 innings with a 103 batting average. No balls, 2 strikes.
Blue Jays have not had a runner in extra innings in this ball game. The Astros have had 1. Jason Castro knock in the 11th.
Jake stays alive at 0-2.
Pitching, pitching, and more pitching.
Yes. And many strikeouts along the way. Right-handed hitters have not hit much of anything lately against Osuna. So a shot up the middle and on through to center field. A well-hit ball by Marisnick. Good swing with 2 strikes in the count. And he's aboard to lead it off here in the home 13th.
That ball was smoked.
It really was.
Elevated fastball, but Marisnick does a good job of getting on top of it, shooting it right back up the middle. Now you've got a runner on base with some speed.
Hit number 5 for the Astros. Tyler White is the batter. He has one of those hits around a bunt, and he missed that bunt try. Strike 1 for White. Marisnick has 6 steals in 10 tries. Castro's on deck. Donaldson even with a bag at third. White does not have a sacrifice this season. His rookie season in the big leagues. Leisurely toss goes over to first. The right-handed batters have a .217 OPS in the last 20 games against Osuna. .087 batting average. Little tap to the right side. No play at second, and that advances him. A broken bat ground out by White. Marisnick to second, 1 out.
How about that?
That constitutes a major rally in this game.
Just after AJ saw that bunt attempt from Tyler White, he took it off and decided to let him bunt that ball. Look how close that got to Jake Marisnick.
Very close to hitting him, and he would have been out. Now Castro, Springer on deck. That's why that play was so big, to get Marisnick to second. Otherwise, Castro comes up. It's a double play situation for the Blue Jays. Jason singled in the 11th inning. He's 1 for 4. In the 8th inning, Travis made a good play on him. 6 hits for the Blue Jays, 5 for the Astros. Toronto is stranded 8. Houston has left 5. That got away from Castro as he fouled the ball. Strike one to Jason. There have been a total of 36 strikeouts in this game tonight.
I have to make an adjustment on my prediction now, Brownie.
Okay, what are you going with?
You said 36?
Yeah.
Well, so we're still on pace for 144 in the series between both teams.
Okay. Castro's hitting .212 with men in scoring position. He takes it. 1-1. This will be the 400th pitch of this game coming up next.
Luis Valbueno's got the right idea. Whatever it takes.
It's in for a strike. 1-2 to Castro. Struck him out. 2 down, and it's Springer. Springer with first base open is going to be walked intentionally.
Good idea.
And it'll be Alex Bregman batting. After the free pass to Springer, who is 1 for 4 with a walk in this game. It's the second intentional walk to Springer this year. Altuve's talking with Bregman.
I like it. Veteran leadership. We talked about it earlier in the game. Altuve stepping up in so many ways this season. He's in support of Alex Bregman.
Bregman is 0 for 5 tonight. 1 for 27 to start his major league career. Can provide the winning blow.
A lot of anticipation on what this kid could do at the big league level. He has a chance to do something right here.
Strike one to Bregman. It's 0-2 for Osuna.
That's that power cutter from Osuna. Just takes one.
In the dirt, and the runners will advance on the wild pitch. And it may not even take one if you get another one of those.
That would make it very interesting, wouldn't it?
Yes.
How much Russell Mark could do on that.
Struck him out. That ends the 13th, and it's still tied at 1. Inning, the Blue Jays and Astros are tied at 1. What a spectacular night. In relief for Chris Davinsky. That comes to an end. Michael Phillies takes over after Davinsky, who's undoubtedly spent, really did a whale of a job with 13 straight retired. Phillies 6-1 with a 4.37 ERA.
Yeah, pretty impressive what Davinsky did. 4 1/3, 7 punch outs.
No hits, no runs, no walks. Now the Astros come out for inning number 14, and it's Michael Saunders leading it off. Fastball, strike one at 93 for Phillies, who also pitched, as did Davinsky, Friday night in Detroit in the 14-7 Astros loss, 14-6 loss rather. He gave up 2 hits and 3 runs in 2 innings, throwing 38 pitches. Bounces that one, and it's 1-1. So obviously Luke Gregerson is not available. And we have ordered some coffee in the booth, haven't we?
Oh, yeah.
Fastball catches the corner, and it's 1-2. Russell Martin's on deck. Justin Smoke's due up third in the inning. Foul away. Blue Jays pitchers have struck out 18. Astros pitchers have struck out 20 in this game. Time was called there by Saunders. Now former Astro Scott Feldman begins to get loose in the Toronto pen. We wondered if it would come to that. Got him on strikes. Number 21 in the strikeout category for the Astros pitching staff tonight. Scott Feldman just walked from one clubhouse to the other when he was traded this afternoon. There's Jason Grilli alongside him. And put on that Blue Jay uniform for the first time after the trade. Russell Martin homered in the 9th inning. That's ball 1. It's got to be a little strange for Scott Feldman with the happenings of today. And for a strike. 1-1. Two balls and a strike to Martin. Rasmus is waiting in center. 2 outs. Toronto played a 19-inning game earlier this year.
Yeah, what do you think, Goins? It's a good thing Goins is out of the game. He went on the DL after that 19-inning game where he had to pitch in it.
That's right. Yeah, they lost it in the 19th to Cleveland in 6 hours and 13 minutes. Justin Smoke is the batter. Smoke's 0 for 5. Astros have had some long ones. Darwin Barney was the losing pitcher in that game. Phillies missing. 2-0. The Astros beat Cleveland here in the 16th inning back on May 11th. That was a travel day. Two balls and a strike for Michael Phillies. And it's 2-2. Altuve, Correa, and Rasmus are due up in the bottom of the inning. Got him on strikes. A strong 14th for Michael Feliz. Will this be the deciding half inning? Altuve, Correa, and Rasmus come up. It's 1-1 in the 14th. A turn of events. Scott Feldman has come out of the Blue Jay bullpen. He'll be pitcher number 7. He just put on their uniform a few hours ago after the trade from Houston for a prospect. And now Feldman will work the bottom of the 14th inning. 5-3 with a 2.90 ERA in 26 games. 5 as a starter. He did so well in relief. 4-1 with a 2.41. Really helped to hold that bullpen together for the Astros. And tonight we've seen nothing but relievers have success in this game, except for Will Harris, who was tagged with that 9th inning homer by Russell Martin.
I'll tell you what, they're asking a lot of Scott Feldman too. Welcome to the surreal world of baseball. He pitched a couple of innings yesterday in Detroit. Now as a visitor in Minute Maid Park this season. He's on to pitch in the eternal baseball game.
Jason Grilli pitched yesterday for Toronto. He had been warming up alongside Feldman, so there's a situation of availability here for Toronto as well as for Houston. Jose Altuve hit the 6th inning homer. He's 1 for 5. Got to be strange for both these guys to be facing each other. They strike one. After being teammates, Feldman joining the Astros in 2014. So they played for the better part of 3 years together. Showing bunt. Altuve takes. 1-1.
Really?
So there's the matchup. 6'7" Scott Feldman against Jose Altuve, who may be 5'5". Rips it into left field. Second hit of the night for Altuve. He may be running here.
There's a real good chance, Brownie.
Yep.
Feldman takes a while to get in there. Altuve got himself a hanging fastball right there.
Yeah.
And that's why we like to see him swing the bat.
2 more knocks for Altuve tonight. Now Carlos Correa. Correa is 0 for 4 with a walk. He cranks one deep to right center field. Headed for the Astros bullpen. That's off the wall. Altuve around third. He's going to to score the game winner, and it's 2-1 Houston. Carlos Correa comes through again. Mr. Walk-Off in extra innings does it one more time in the 14th.
Tough night for Scott Feldman, being traded away from the Houston Astros to the Toronto Blue Jays. He eventually makes his way into this game. Sometimes familiarity breeds contempt, and right now Feldman is not a fan of the Astros, but Carlos Correa stepped up, got him a pitch up in the zone, drove it into that right center field gap. The speed of Jose Altuve launched him to that victory. Beautiful swing from Carlos Correa. Off the bat, I thought he got it. I think Carlos did too, but Jose Altuve, to his credit, put his head down, was on his horse, and bolted all the way home to finish this game off in dramatic fashion like the Astros like to do here at home.
That's the 5th walk-off hit for Carlos Correa, his 7th game winner. The Astros win for the 14th time in their last at bat, and they do it in the 14th on a Correa game-winning double, 2-1.